Hello, Waswere here, and today is a little bit of a different video. I decided that I wanted to convert my old trim series into a movie-style video where the whole thing is in one place. I ended up recutting the video, knocking about 30 minutes off the runtime, and remastering the audio so it should be better than it was previously. If you could please like and comment for this video, that would be greatly appreciated. I rarely shill at the start of videos, but for long ones like this one, engagement is such a key metric, so please do. Also, as a bit of a future announcement, I'm going to be working on re-getting Trim as a mini-series as a break from the constant bossing of Golden Reaper. So look forward to that in the future. I have about 30 requirements across the Trim Cape and the Completionist Cape to get done, so I think that should be a nice little series here. And I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to drop that after my vacation to Italy in September. So look forward to that. But without further ado, let's get into the movie. Hello, Waswere here, and welcome back to a new series. Today we are going to start our series for the Trim Completionist Cape. I've never really cared for Trim maybe in the past, but now that I'm 5.6 bill XP, now that I have pretty much every collection log done, I just have some group bosses left. I want something chill to do in my downtime, isn't too high effort, and I can just knock out goals as I have the extra time. As you can see by this list here, I have a lot to go. There are some really easy ones in here that won't take long. They're on this list. But there are some really long ones like the Dino log and the Ranch Out of Time log, or something like Ports, which is going to take me forever, or Salty and Sandy. So there is quite a lot in here, but I do have a lot of easy ones like this Advanced Sweeping, or Barbarian Scavenger, or the Around the World in 6 Ways. So there's a lot of very quick ones that I can knock out. I just have to actually put in the effort to get there. So what is this series going to be? The series is going to be my journey from this amount all the way up to Trim. To start this off, this episode, I'm going to knock out a lot of the really easy, quick ones, the ones that take like half an hour or less, and I can just knock out, be happy, and make this list a little bit smaller, so at least there isn't a scroll bar for it. The first requirement we're going to do is Advanced Sweeping. We just need to go to 5 different mages across the game and get them to enchant the broomstick we got from the Swept Away quest. I have all the teleports in my inventory, and first we're going to go to the Alcarid Lodestone and go to the Sorcerer's minigame location, just northeast of the Shanty Pass, and have her enchant the broom. From there you can use the 99 or 120 Slayer Cape to teleport to Simona, and just west of her is the Hag, who will do the second enchantment. From there we teleport to the Slayer Tower with the Dungeon Cape, as there's now a resource dungeon outside of the Slayer Tower, and you can go to the Old Crone, who is east of the tower. She will do the third enchantment. The fourth enchantment comes from Baba Yaga on Lunar Isle, so the Lodestone is quite convenient to get to. However, the fifth enchantment is the most annoying one to get to, as it's a mage who lives in the Underground Pass. And the best way to get there is to teleport to the Death Altar, either via Wicked Hood or the Tiranoan Quiver. Exit west and climb up to the top level and find her house in the southeast corner. This mage won't actually talk to you, so you need to use the broomstick on her, and boom, trim wreck done. 1 down in about 3 minutes, only about 50 more wrecks to go. Next up, we have the All Your Energies, which just requires us to unlock the Energy Gathering Skirmisher scroll from the Wacko Ports reward shop, and we have everything we need for that. So I'm going to go ahead and buy that right away. The next requirement we're going to do is unlocking all the hot air balloon travel routes. We need to get ourselves onto Intrana, so I went ahead and banked all of my gear, and to teleport there we're going to use the Wicked Hood teleports. I had a couple extra ones in the bank, so we have 9 teleports. Now we are on Intrana. Okay, so the wiki itself has the list of everything you need to click, so just follow along with what they're saying. And you'll get your way through it. But basically how it works is Relax just puts you 1 forward, dropping a log will get you to go up 1, dropping a sandbag gets you to go up 2. So if I dropped a sandbag, I'd hit the seagull here. Pulling the rope makes you go down 1, and pulling the emergency rope makes you go down 2. So you have to relax 3 times to start, and around the world in 6 ways. We've done all the hot air balloon travel routes, and that is another trim wreck done. So we're breaking the alphabetical habit that I started out because I need to AFK for a little bit. We are working on the remote totem charging point. You need 3 pieces of it. The top you get from selling animals on the dino farm, which I've had for the longest time. And the bottom you get for completing the desperate measure. I forget exactly what quest it is, but it is an Anachronia based quest. You get the bottom, I think it's desperate measures, but I don't have the middle yet. And you get the middle from mining on Anachronia. So I'm just mining some dark animica with all the dark animica stone spirits I have from PVM. With the perfect plus potion, my stamina bar will refill every time I get an ore. You can just wait here. The next swing is going to get an ore, and my stamina bar goes back to full. So that means I can basically fully AFK, and as long as I have porter charges, perfect plus, or I guess a perfect Juju mining potion, and the stone spirits in my inventory, I will be able to 100% AFK until I get this totem. Well, that didn't take long at all. 49k mining XP, so maybe half an hour, and we have the remote totem middle. So if we open our totem bag, we can now withdraw these 2, and we should be able to combine these into one remote totem. And now we need to go to the base camp to actually attach it. Now at the bottom, there is the remote totem charging point, which is, I think it shows up like right here. Access to a totem in the base camp that can use to charge all other totems on Anachronia. So you don't need to go to all of them each week. You can just go to Anachronia and do it right there. Costs a lot of material, so it's a very endgame item, but we will build it. And there we go. Build the remote totem charging point in the base camp. And if we look, we can see that all our totems are inactive, and I can just click here to charge. And then once the bar is filled up here, they will be fully charged. You also do get div XP from this weekly, which can be quite nice, but we're 5.6. Banking history is another one of those trim wrecks that I could have completed a long time ago, but was just too lazy to do it. There are 2 parts to this requirement. The first is going to the 11 locations from making history. The first one will always be southeast of Releka, but the second to 11th one are in random predetermined locations, so it can take a bit of a hunt to find. Bring a spade, as the key doesn't have a dig option. The key gives you warm, cold signals to tell you how close you are. Once you found the first 11 locations, there is a second set of 11 locations. That's for the second quest in the series. You do get a little bit of treasure at each location, but the total amount is only about 200k GP worth of items, so it's not worth worrying about too much. For the second set of 11 locations, there are always in a predetermined order, and 3 of those locations are in the wilderness. So when you travel there, make sure you aren't taking any big risks with you. Once the requirement is done, the key will disappear and the trim wreck will be checked off, and we can move on. For the locations, go to the wiki. It's always the best way to get that information. Next up, we have Death Effect, which is something I could have gotten for a long time, but I always wanted to keep on these Reaper points, just in case I wanted more ore refreshes or Hydrixes or whatever we need. But for unlocks, we need to buy basically everything. The Bonfire Booster will actually be nice because it'll last like 25% longer. And then the very last item we need is the Reaper Skull, which will permanently increase the Slayer XP received from Reaper tasks by 50%. Not really that useful for us because we have, as I mentioned earlier, max XP and 200 mil Slayer. But we'll go ahead and buy this Reaper Scroll. So we just spent like 1300 Reaper points there, which is quite a lot. That's like 300 mil worth of Hydrixes. But if you are going to be grinding out this requirement, I would probably suggest getting Reaper's Choice first, because you get a 10% chance of being able to choose your assignment, so you can get a very good Reaper task out of that. And once you have that done, the additional tasks are really good because you can go grind out a lot of Slayer and get more Reaper points that way, especially when they do like those combat weeks with double Slayer points. It's really useful to combo those 2 things together to get a ton of Reaper points. And this death support is actually really nice for PVM because Make Signs of Life heal you 40% of your max HP instead of 20%, or it's 25 and 50%. And that just makes surviving after you sign a lot easier. And at this point, the real nice part is I can fit every single requirement I have left on a single screen. One of the next requirements we're going to do is impressing char, and we need to make the 0 symbol on this little pattern here. And we have a 5-minute time limit, and it takes like 30 seconds to do, so I'm not overly worried. This is actually a relatively good fire making training method. You can make money filling up pitch cans. You can gain a lot of XP here. It is very click intensive though, so I can imagine most of you would rather just AFK at the braziers, but put this fire in the middle. We'll have made the 0 symbol, and we will have impressed char, and that is all we need to do for trim. Yeah, just that little fire, which I did really inefficiently. I got 10,000 fire making XP. I should have known the first time that I came here that I was going to have to buy this memory crushing scroll as well. But here it is. Don't crush my memories, achievement complete. And we are going to have to buy everything from this shop eventually. So I'm just going to go ahead and buy them all right now while I'm here. Even if it's not alphabetical, we're getting mitts and waiters. 3 achievements done here. So boom. Boom, and boom. And if we reload our trim list, it's a lot shorter now. Just knocking out a lot of these things I've already done. I just haven't gone through it yet. There's also this Mazcab teleport codex, which I can buy for 2k techie. And then I get the, once I read it, I will get the Mazcab teleport spell. Had a couple minutes to burn before a AOD hour, so I decided to skip ahead in the alphabet and do a requirement that only takes a little bit of time. Scribbling in the Depths, which requires you to claim the post-quest rewards from Song from the Depths. You need to go through a little bit of a maze, but it's not too difficult. You enter back in the quest cave, which is south of the Remington mine site, and swim through the acid pool. This requires 50 constitution, but if you're going for trim, you're probably ahead of that or higher. For rooms, you want to go through the doors in the following directions: east, west, south, east, and then north. You'll know you've gone in the right way if the room changes shape. If it doesn't change shape, that means you went through the wrong door. Read the ancient writings for 5000 HP XP, and then you can swim across the acid pool, which requires 80 constitution. And when you read the second wall, you get another 20,000 experience, and the trim requirement will be done. Time to do another mini quest, the Desert Slayer Dungeon mini quest. Basically, we come down here and we have to kill everything, every boss monster once. And once we've killed the boss monster once, we get access to the whole dungeon. Yeah, so we're gonna fight the big ass Karask. Would be hard in like old school RS, but RS3 is a bit of a joke, and we have to kill the Basilisk and the big ass cave crawler. But the Desert Slayer dungeon is now done, and we can get out of here. So much like a lot of these trim requirements that I've been doing today, it's all about just doing some post-quest thing that I've already done. So for Tales of Nomad, we just need to go to 10 different locations and go through some dialogue, but it all starts at Death's office. And the location that you need to go next is based on the hint. So we know we need to go to Edgeville based on the village edge. And eventually the figures and memories will send you all the way back to here. So we can just come back and talk to the sinister figure, and the quest will be over, or the mini quest will be over. For this, I would just use the wiki. It's just so much easier than me freeze framing each location. So yeah, we got 3 XP lamps, but I'm going to destroy all of them because I can't gain XP, but probably sound like a broken record saying that all the time. The next thing we're going to do is start a wreck, but not actually be able to finish it yet, and that is memorialized more than once. You need to prestige the memorial to Guthix 3 times. I only did the first initial one, so therefore I need to do the second one, and the second one costs 3190 strands, and I happen to have 3299, so I thought I might as well do that while I can, and then I can set up for the third prestige and on. I should have done this while I was going for 200 mil div, but I just instead handed in the memory strands to Orla Fairweather because I was freaking lazy, and it's coming back to bite me. This just would have been really easy to knock out of the way on our way. But what we do is we prestige here. We'll give us a small amount of divination experience, and severs the connection between all charged engrams and their echoes. And then we need to charge them all again. They're scattered across the world map, as what seems like all of these trim requirements. The engrams themselves are actually really hard to find and click on, like their click box is tiny. You just take the engram. So unfortunately, I'm an idiot, and I forgot that I prestiged it once in the past, so I'm actually on the second prestige. So if we check this engram, we need 144 memory strands, and on the second prestige is 112, so that's what I calculated, and I bought all these for the second prestige, but we're actually on the third, which means we are close to finishing the requirement, but we don't have enough memory strands. We need about like 900 more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do all the ones I can, except for like a couple of the higher ones, and then we'll just get that when we get enough memory strands from training div passively. So now that I've picked up all the extra energy we need, I can just go ahead and charge the engram. And once we have that, it works out. So we're going to go and pick up all the engrams and charge the first 10. The last two, the luminous and the incandescent one, I'll just have the engram, and when we get enough strands, we'll finish it off. We've picked up all the engrams except for one, and that's because one of the engrams is in the wilderness. So that is why we haven't done it yet, but I believe we just use these on the fountain. Yeah, and it takes all of them. They got all added to the pool. And I'm going to bank these two, and then we can teleport to the wilderness to pick up the last one. We have the two engrams to go. One requires 504 memory strands, and one requires 540, so we need a little over 1,000. You get that by doing div. So we'll get it with time, but for now, they'll just go in the bank. In order to solve our memory strain issue, I thought we would combo it with another trim requirement. You're not my real Ma. This is a really long requirement, but luckily the divination update has just come out to make it way more AFK. There isn't much you can do to improve your chronicle chance, but there are a couple things you can do to make your overall divination experience better. First of all is you want to play on World 79. The more people that you are divinationing with, the more AFK it is. Each person adds 15 seconds to the spring timer, and if it's more AFK, it's less effort. In that same vein, the divination cape gives you 30 seconds of spring duration. So if you or someone else you're divinationing with has a divination cape on, the spring will be 30 seconds longer, again making it more AFK. As Ananda's quest has a new ring as a reward, the Pontifex Observation Ring. While equipped, it increases your chronicle chance. Unsure on the percentage, but I would imagine it's not a massive number, only a couple percent, but anything that helps, helps. The full Elder Divination outfit has a 7% chance to double fragments when gained. That's a really big upgrade, and if you own it, you should wear it. I got pretty lucky and got about 10 procs throughout the 100, and that's about an hour of effort saved. Now the next three items all work together: Grace of the Elves, Chronicle Absorption, and the Ancient Elven Ritual Shard. These three items work together as the Grace of the Elves gives you Saren Spirits, which are nice for profits, but it also lowers the prayer drain of Chronicle Absorption by 50%, and that makes the Elven Ritual Shard enough to maintain your prayer. With that prayer active, you won't miss a Chronicle spawn from being too AFK. I've heard horror stories of people in the past missing a bunch of chronicles, and post-div update, you're able to use this prayer to gather all of the chronicles for you. The last thing worth talking about is the Divine Conversion Relic. This lets you dump all your memories in one action instead of per memory. This means you're spending less time dumping memories and more time gathering memories, which is where the chronicles can spawn. We now have 1,072 memory strands, which means we have enough memory strands to complete the trim requirement. We can make the final two engrams here. My in-canon luminous stack is quite large from all the PVM I'm doing, so I didn't have to go ahead and buy. But we add the two of them, and we should now be able to prestige again. Give us a small amount of divination experience. And there we go. We've prestiged the Memorial to Guthix 3 times. The trim requirement is technically done. Okay. So I was under the impression that when I prestige, I lost all of these buffs, but it turns out that you don't actually lose the buffs. So I am done. I don't need to actually prestige anymore. So that's a very good sign. So the Memory strands now are pretty useless because the only other thing they can do is prestiging more times, which gives more div XP, or I can give memory strands to Orla Fairweather, which also gives div XP. But we're going to continue on the Elder Chronicle grind. We have 30 of the 100 we need. Seems to be like 15-ish an hour is probably a good long-term average we're getting. Elder Fragments gained. Let's just dump these memories into the Rift. I am so happy I did this after the div update. It was just so much cleaner just being able to AFK on these wisps. They had the timer and everything. We picked up a total of 184k Elder Energy, and they're 210 GP each. So I think if we add this here, it's going to be like 35 mil. Yeah, 38 mil. Wow, that's pretty good. But let's go turn in these Chronicles. So do not, and I repeat, do not use them from the inventory and offer them at the hall. They do not count for progress. So what you do is you talk to Orla Fairweather and... Oh, it's May? Oh, she's right here. Hey, there we go. You're not my real Ma. We gathered the 100 Elder Chronicles and then turn them into her. We're just finishing off the Black Knights requirement right now. If we look at Trim Comp, for White Knight Rises, we need to pick up 1,300 total kills of White Knight. I did about 800 of these for Invention to unlock part of the White Knight shop, which is what one of the rewards you get is every rank you get up, you unlock more of the shop on Invention release in order to get like cheaper components. But I never finished off the final 500 for this requirement, and it's just a very quick thing we can knock out. We look like I'm just gonna, that was 884, and that's since we've been talking. I'm just gonna reload that. We're already at 9:15, so this is gonna take like maybe 5 more minutes. But what are we gonna do today? So we are gonna focus on the time lock requirements today. I need to start these as early as possible because time lock things suck. So the big one is the Demeric statue in your player-owned house. You need to complete it 32 times, and there's a maximum of 1 time per week. So yeah, that's 32 weeks, and there's nothing I can do to make it faster. So we're going to go through all the methods for all of the various rocks and how I think it's best to get them and how I'm going to get them the rest of the way. And that was incredibly quick. I was here for 1.5 doses, so 9 minutes. And I got 500 kills, so the full 1,300 would take about 25 minutes if you were starting from 0. You want to make sure you use the range cannon, just because otherwise the range isn't wide enough, but this cannon has the best range. Hey, just some more AFK trim complex. We got the Reinforced Dino Pelt, which is the 1 in 1,000 from these Black Warlocks. I figure it would take about 2 hours, but if we look at our Hunter XP gain, we gained 300k total XP. And how much do we gain from each catch? Well, this is awkward. Can't seem to catch it. 500 and 1,300 experience. So we caught about 600 on our way to finishing this off, which is really nice because it's always nice to go under drop rate for something. Now we just need to build the Hunter Lodge here, but we need to get up to 120,000 wood. So I'm going to take all my peeps, and I put all 60 of the workers onto wood. So we're getting 3,600 per hour, and we need to get about 37,000. So about 10 hours from now, we'll be able to get the Reinforced Dragon Pelt. And to mess with my friends, we've been doing Solak every day. So what I'm going to do is when we go to do Solak, I'm going to come here after one of the kills before looting to get the broadcast, and it'll be good fun. It's time to start what will probably be the longest trim requirement that we do in this entire journey, and that's Stone's Throw Away, where we need to complete a replica Demeric statue in our player-owned house. Every time you complete this statue, you get 1 replica piece, and I believe there are 30 in total you need to get. That's 30 times of doing this. But you can't do this statue over and over again. You can only do it once a week, and it rolls over every week, so it's a little bit annoying that way. Past me did complete the statue, but never added all the rocks to it, because I was way too lazy, and same with the golden statue where I just need to get the 2 summoning rocks added. So each one of these skills, you need to go do that skill. Whenever you gain XP, you have a chance to get the golden rock. So we're going to work through and do one of these each week. And whenever I feel like it, I will do the golden rocks. The golden rocks aren't as big a deal because you can just do the statue over and over and over again, and there's no 1 week cooldown there. So I'm less worried about being time locked here, and I can just grind it out one day. We can add to the statue here. It repopulates. Gain a little bit of XP every time you add, but now we've completed this statue. Get a nice little cutscene here, as is our first time, and it's going to shatter every single time I build it. The first time you do it, you get the statue length, and then every time you will get a replica statue piece. But now if we look, we can go gain all the strange rocks again and be ready to add it in the future. Okay, so it looks like I already have 3 replica statue pieces from talking to Maria, so let's go build this plinth in the house. Ignore the extremely bright light that is my house floor. I use that for thumbnails, but we will build the statue plinth here. Go ahead, put that here, and now we can, 0 pieces added, we can add some of these pieces. Yeah. So we've added 2 pieces, so there are 28 more to go. For the golden rocks, the statue is at Prif, and there's the statue of Rinahan. So we can add that there, and again, it's going to do the same glowy destroy. Okay, so this one seems to do it automatically when you make it. So I've had 2 pieces added, and I've completed my second statue, so only 30 to go here. Now for the actual skills, I'm going to do my best to like combo some things together. Like, for example, we're going to start at agility. And the way you get rocks is based on the XP drop. It doesn't matter exactly what the XP drop is, just that you get one. So stuff like the manual auto cycles are perfect for agility, but unfortunately I've already used all 800k. So we're going to work on getting the agile top and legs. So we need to do 250 perfect laps of the Advanced Gnome Stronghold Agility course. And I'm not going to do all 250 gnome laps right now. I'm just going to do laps as I need to get the rocks. One thing worth mentioning is that the skill cape actually improves your chances of getting rocks by wearing it. Didn't take too long, about 10 laps in, and it was added to our bag, and we just need to pick up the second one. Rock number 2, let's move on to the next skill, construction. For construction, we're going to be making flat packs on the portable workbench, and we don't necessarily care about our XP. We want something that takes the least amount of planks. So I'm going to look to see if there's anything that takes 1 plank. And I don't think there actually is anything. The closest is 2. So I can just go construct and make 28. And I have 2 minutes of AFK. Ooh, that took quite a while. But we got the second strange rock, and we can now hop off this world and get away from this lag. We used up a total of about 800 protein planks. 810 to be specific. So yeah, looks like we're gonna run out very soon. So next up are the cooking rocks, and I think I'll be able to buy about 1,000 golden dragon fruit here for a little over GE. It's gonna slowly buy here, but while we wait for this offer to fill, we are going to go ahead and get the crafting rocks by going to fill. So luckily I made the artificer's measure, which has a lot of buff specifically for harps. While training at Harmonium Harps, the Clan Ithel Blessing is always active. And as always, make sure you have the skill cape on. It really improves your chances. So I'm going to go ahead and have the crafting cape on. Not too bad, like 10 or so minutes. We picked up 200-ish harmonic dust. But we can move on to the next one. We still haven't bought enough of the fruit thingy, so we're going to go to farming, and farming is pretty simple. Because we don't care about XP, we can just do whatever gives us the best XP in terms of XP drops, and we get an XP drop every time we muck manure. Literally clicked the fishing spot, went to AFK and logged out, and I got both strange rocks. On to fletching we go. For convenience, we're just going to make magic shield bow use. I have like 250k magic, and I think if we look at that, that's worth 423. And this is worth 413, so I'm making like a tiny amount of GP, like completely minuscule. And a couple hundred later, it's done. Rocks aren't hard, it's just annoying going from skill to skill. As I don't want to mess up the grimy herbs in my loot tab, Renars are a good one because none of the bosses I do anymore actually drop them. So I can go ahead and just clean herbs, and we should get it pretty quickly because you do 1 herb a tick. Then I can make a little bit of GP while going for the rocks. 500 or 600 herbs later, we have all 4 rocks. What is up next? Hunter, that is another AFK one. For Hunter, we're back at the Black Warlock location. And for mining, we're just going to be sitting at the Saren Stones. 13 corrupted ore later, we're done with mining. So our golden dragon fruit bought, so I'm going to circle back and do cooking now. For cooking, we're going to be crushing this primal fruit. I believe we can actually get rocks from it, and it makes a little bit of money. These are worth 440 each, and we get 8 of them for each one, and these are worth like 300 each. So it's like a couple hundred GP profit for each one I crush, so... Cooking's done. Now, time to go to rune crafting. This is going to be kind of stupid, but we're just going to go to Runespan. 5 minutes later at rune crafting, we are done, and the next one is smithing. And for smithing, we're actually going to work on another trim requirement while we get these rocks. If we look, we need to do work on your artisan 2. It requires ceremonial swordsmith 1, 3, 4, 5, and the ceremonial swords order. So we basically need to buy every single item from this shop, and we don't have all of them done yet, so as we gain respect, we will purchase things here. Now, how we gain respect is every 10,000 base experience we gain, we will gain 1% respect. So every 1 million base experience is equal to 100% respect. And looking at, we need like 400 or 500%, I think is about what we need. But we're going to start off by just making Elder Rune Blade Bodies. Start with the base and slowly build our way up to +5, and then we'll sell the +5 when we get to that point. And we have equipped on the Orthan Furnace Core, which is a skilling offhand from Orthan. The Superheat form takes no prayer points, so when we are on low heat, it acts as medium. When we're on medium, it acts as high. So we don't need to heat it till we're much lower. Past that, we have these Power Bursts of Master Stroke, which has really increased the progress you get. And look at that, we already have a golden rock, so hopefully by the time we get through all 32 weeks, we will have all the respect we need. And that was a lot quicker than I expected. I didn't even get through a single item here. Yeah. Looks like we're probably going to come to the Artisan Workshop after we have all of the 30 rocks done. Because I don't really care about the XP we gain, I'm not going to bother going to a Brazier World, and I can just go ahead and fire make here with our augmented tinderbox on. The rapid perk is quite nice for this because it speeds up how quickly we burn logs, which is the most important part about collecting rocks rather than what logs or what XP we're getting. Boom, 2 fire making rocks. We just need to get thieving and woodcutting, and they're both pretty easy. This one took 2 plants. I went to Traherne, went to Heffen, and we got both our strange rock. And for what will be probably a massive throwback, we are going to chop ivy. This is probably our best bet in terms of AFK-ness. I could probably chop down oak trees, which would be way more common, but then I'd have to like quick drop by like right click, left clicking, like right here-ish. I'd go right click, left click, and that's annoying. And that is 1 completed statue collection bag. Let's teleport to Varrock. Now, I believe I won't actually be able to add it to the statue yet, as it needs to have the full week cooldown. So we are able to add some rocks, but I think the ones that I didn't add before we won't be able to add. Okay, so it won't actually explode, so I can't add the final piece until the week is up. On our journey to completing our strange rocks, we did pick up some golden rocks, 4, 6, 8, 9. So hopefully over the course of the next couple strange rocks, we'll get the agility ones. We'll get the other farming one, we'll pick up the woodcutting ones, and the mining ones. And once that happens, we'll go ahead and get the exclusive ones like magic, summoning, prayer, ranged, melee, engineering, divination, etc. And with this last penguin, we have fully upgraded the penguin spy device, which is a base comp rec. And the only base comp rec we need is Music Maestro. And the one track we need is Breed the Brood, which you get from doing the monthly D&D. And there's the completion escape. We got the Music Maestro. I don't necessarily care about this D&D, but we have our completion escape back, which is very nice to have for now. Unfortunately, my trolling didn't work too well. They weren't really paying attention, so I got the base camp broadcast, and there was no reaction, and they're just like, why the hell did you do that? But hey, it's a trim requirement done. So one requirement I thought I had done, but I guess I hadn't done, was fully unlock all the Eagle transport routes. I did the other 4 back a long time ago. I think I had gone for trim like for 1 day before giving up, like back in 2015, and did most of this. But I didn't go for the filled up hills one. So we need to wait an hour for this vine to grow, and then we'll be able to enter this cave and take the eagle and unlock this route. Took a while, but here's our first ancient page. I think we need to get 26 of these. When these first came out, you could get duplicates. So that is kind of unfortunate, but they did change it. So we have 26 pages to get. I'm just gonna slowly go through here. It's listed as an uncommon drop. So I imagine this will take a couple hours to get through here. You can also get notes from rummaging these skeletons. Sometimes you get bones, sometimes it turns into an enemy. Sometimes you get the mangled bones. So just whenever there is a skeleton pile on the ground, I try to click on it. I will say I do hate the coloring of the salvage. It looks like a page every time. And for a lot of these trim wrecked items, what they do is they set the beam at 50,001. So you can go ahead and do that, and then every time you get a page, it's going to beam. Much nicer than having to right-click every single file. I got a message that it's worth going to check the vine, and I got the fully unlock all eagle transport routes. So yeah, that trim wreck is done. I've been here for probably half an hour so far. I think I had like 37 minutes on my Ripper Demon when I got here, so 35 minutes, and we have 9 pages. So looks like another hour and a half or so of here. But yeah, Barbarian Scavenger is done. We have found all 26 Barbarian notes. I want to say that this took... I had 30 minutes on the first Ripper and then about 50 minutes on this one, so 80 minutes. From what I've been asking with my friends is actually pretty good, so we got relatively lucky, but that is one less requirement to go. So I've been smithing my heart out while I'm AFKing. You know, work, eating meals, all that sort of stuff is just a good way to build up our respect. I've been making Elder Rune Armored Boots +4. It takes about 300k worth of Elder Rune bars to make them, so I'm making about 150k for each pair, and I don't necessarily care about how long this takes because it's AFK. And as me being a broken record, the XP means nothing to me. So what do I still need to buy? I need to buy the ceremonial sword orders and then the 3 bonus outfits here. I've owned everything else. So when I buy the ceremonial sword orders, I'm going to complete the work on your artisan, which is the first requirement here. And then the actual trim requirement is work on your artisan too. And I just need to buy the 3 outfits, each with 100% respect. And with this final Elder Rune Armor Boot +5, we have 100% more respect, which means we can come over to Mr. Edgel over here and buy the Ethereum outfit. We will now own everything in the Artisan's Workshop except for the consumables, which we can, again, buy with more respect. But we'll go ahead and buy this Ethereum outfit. And we'll get the achievement for Work on Your Artisan 2 to unlock all rewards from the Artisan's Workshop. We are starting the Slayer grind. It's a very, very long grind as we need to fill up the Slayer Codex. And unfortunately, let's just say I haven't done much Slayer since the Slayer Codex came out. I have used up all the Ushabis that we got for free, which... Again, another unfortunate part because I kept on adding souls to and fro the dungeon. So we need to buy each Ushabi for another 20 points each, and we need 140-ish more souls. So we're going to have to spend about 3,000 Slayer points on this. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and buy 5, leaving ourselves with a good amount of points. Because we need a lot of points, I'm going to be point boosting. Once I complete this 57 dinosaur task, I'm going to be going to Lumbridge, getting as many quick tasks as I can with Slayer Introspection. Then once I'm on my 10th task, I'm going to come up to Lanikia, get a task, go do that task and bank 200 points. And we're going to do that over and over and over again until we have enough points for all the Ushabis that we need. Hopefully we'll pick up some souls along the way too. For all the dinosaurs, the feral, the brutish, all of them, they each have their own type that's required to be stored as souls. There we go, that's perfect. We already picked up the feral dinosaur soul. Got pretty lucky, so I'm gonna go try kill these brutish dinosaurs for the rest of the task. I think I go down here. I have 25 to go, so that was 32 dinosaurs. Not too bad at all. Slayer task done. Unfortunately, we only picked up the feral dinosaur. So this Slayer introspection relic is going to be really important for us maximizing our ability to get Slayer points per hour. So we're going to go ahead and we need to wear the cape. Get a task from her. And 16 bats or 18 ghosts. We do that and we now pick the minimum. We can just do this over and over again, and we can kill almost all of these creatures in the catacombs here. So we gain 1 point for completing that task. Oh, that's hilarious. I accidentally auto-retaliated on a zombie while I was trying to teleport, and we captured their soul. So we're going to go put those into the chest as well, both. And that is 2289 tasks, which means it's time to go back to Lanikia. We did pick up 3 extra souls over this quick little Slayer XP grind. We got Spider, Cave Bug, and Goblin. We actually got a second Goblin, so I'm going to go ahead and empty this Ushabi because we only need to add 1 to the chest. Now, in order to point boost effectively, we're going to use the Slayer Mask to our absolute maximum. So, by wielding the Mask of the Abyss, we get to be assigned a Abyssal Demon task once a day. So we can come here, go to Lanikia, her very tough list, we can ask her to assign the creature, and then we pick the minimum amount. So we only needed to do 180 Abyssal Demons, and then we get the maximum points from Lanikia, which will get us, I think, another 110. And 10 minutes later, we finished 2290 tasks in a row and gained 110 points. We also captured the Abyssal Demon Scroll and picked up a Golden Rock for melee. So that was a very, very good task. I think once I pick up the ranged and the final 2 magic rocks, I'm going to go ahead and try to complete off this set of golden rocks, just so I can reset that, so I can get Slayer rocks again, I can get melee rocks again, and get the magic rocks again. Just try to be as efficient as possible with these golden rocks, because they aren't time locked, so I can grind them all out at the end. But if I can do 2 things at once, we might as well try that. One of the other, I guess, time lock requirements is the player-owned farm. You need to get every single breed, which is quite the bore. And need to check this yak calf. Unfortunately, this yak calf is not the shiny, which is what we're looking for. Currently, I have my dragons going, trying to get the royal dragon, or the king black dragon baby. I have my cows going, trying to get the harlequin cow. I have my yaks going, trying to get the shiny yak there. I'm all done with the small pen, so I just have a couple rabbits in there, which I'm starving to death in order to update our breeding chance. But let's go look quickly at the breeding log. As you can see, rabbits, chickens, and chins are done. Sheeps are done. Spiders, I also need the Araxite spider, which is up in that, up there. Got a good pair going. Zygos are done. Cows, I just need the harlequin cow. Yaks, I just need the sacred yak. Dragons, I need everything, but once we get the royal dragon, I can quickly buy some green, blue, and red dragons and just put them in there, and they can breed once, and we're all good. In terms of the dino farm, we have frogs, salamanders done. Jadinkos, we're waiting on the draconic Jadinko to be completed, and then we'll be done there. I actually got a draconic Jadinko baby, but it was shiny, so it technically is a luminous Jadinko. And I'm still dry on this draconic Jadinko. Tyrannosaurs and brutish dinosaurs I haven't started. And then for the 9 large dinosaurs, I'm done the Rexes, so Pavo, Carpacula, and Bagrata. Malatops, I'm done as well. And then Asiatops, I'm just missing the shiny. I currently have a breeding pair in there right now. And then I still need to complete the Cimitops, Oculi, a pair of Pterosops, and the other Apoterasaurus. I don't think this is going to be an issue time lock wise because we still have 30 weeks to go on Strange Rocks, but it's still something I can't ignore, to say the least. And that is 2299 tasks in a row, which means it's time for another Lanikia task. But before we go there, let's turn in the souls we got there. We picked up the cow soul, quite a difficult one to get if you ask me. The ghost soul, the chicken soul. Now for our next Lanikia task, we're going to use the Mask of Vines to get a Jadinko task. Again, we're going to go the 195 minimum. That should get us all the way to being able to capture the soul at least once. And that's the real benefit of this. 2,300 tasks in a row. Every 100, or it's every 50 that you get this bonus. You get 15 times the points you would normally get. So 330 Slayer points. And that's really going to help us keep up our Ushabti. Because we keep running out every time we buy them. Finally, we finished off an animal. This cow calf here is a strawberry cow, but when we hover over it, it's shiny. So that means we are done with cows. What I am going to do with these pens is I'm going to start working on the blue, green, red, black dragons. I see here green, blue, red dragon while I wait for the royal dragon in the breeding pen. And with that fletching rock, we've completed our next strange rock statue. We have the full bag here. And along the time we did pick up all the golden rocks, we were missing like the 2 agility rocks, the 2 mining, and the 2 woodcutting rocks. So I'm only missing, 6 rocks total now. I need 1 div rock, 2 dunge rocks, 1 magic rock, and 2 summoning rocks. I'm going to go ahead and do this and complete the golden rock statue so that when we jump back into Slayer, we'll be able to pick up the 2 Slayer rocks and the combat rocks all over again. So for those of you that have watched my Boss Man series, you'll know that I completed Elite Dungeon 3 and completed and completely emptied out my chest. So my chest is now empty. So over the course of these 30 golden rocks, assuming Jagex doesn't come out with another Elite Dungeon, what I'm going to do is see how much GP I store up from getting all of these dunge rocks. Okay, we're literally at the second room. We'll kill these 2 guys and teleport out, but that was like, 30 seconds to get both rocks? Dunge, div, and magic rocks obtained. All we have left is summoning, and summoning is actually one that I care about the XP. Because if you look here, I do not have Shimini. Unfortunately, I was already 200 mil summoning when the summoning pet came out, and I haven't actively trained. I've just been doing like Charming Imp, destroying and getting a small amount of experience that way, but I have yet to get the pet. So we're going to do the Taverly buy sell method. It's relatively simple. I haven't done it in years, so like 5 years is when I got 200 mil summoning. But basically you sell 500, and then you buy, you make, and then you infuse the pouches into scrolls, and then you rinse, repeat. Now, I think within the 500, I'll get the golden rock. We already got the first one on the first inventory, and there is the second one. Just for pet chance, I'm going to finish off the 500. There we go! We got the pet! That took like 300 pouches. I figured I was going to get it, so I didn't worry about it. But yeah, so the only other pet we need is Dojo Mojo, and then we'll have Master of All. And another golden rock statue filled. I think this 2-to-1 ratio of strange rocks to golden rocks is probably what it'll end up at. But now when we go back to Slayer, we'll be able to pick up the prayer rock, the Slayer rock, the range rock, the melee rock, and the magic rock quite easily. Well, we got a Ganodermic Slayer task as our, 23rd and 90th. And look how freaking dark this place is. I have no idea why this is a thing, but holy crap. Let me change the skybox here. I have literally no skybox on, but we'll go midday, and that should brighten it up. That is 2450 tasks done. We now have 2183 points. Let's go see how many Ushabtis we can buy and how many we'll need at the end. So throughout this process, I got up to 38 souls in the collection log. They were pretty easy souls to get, like chickens or cows, but they still count for a soul. And we also have 28 Ushabti, so if we add those 2 numbers together, we get to 66 souls, which means we need to pick up 95 more Ushabti. And luckily enough, we have enough points for that. We'll do 25 at a time, 25, 25. So that's 75 bought, 10 more, and 10 more. We should now have enough Ushabti to be able to complete the Slayer Codex. We still have 253 Slayer points, and I need to actually... I can't believe I've never actually bought this, but I never learned how to craft Rings of Slaying, so I need 300 points for that. I'm going to do another 9 tasks at Jacqueline, and then do the 10th task here at Lanikia, and that will get me up to like 360 points, which will give me the Rings of Slaying, and then a little bit of leftover points if I need to skip a task. 10 tasks later, we have 372 points, so we can come here and purchase the ability to craft Rings of Slaying, and with that we are done the trim requirement special Slayer delivery. So now with the Codex, we're gonna work our way through and just go monster by monster all the way up. These early souls are extremely easy to get because they all have a Slayer level of 1. And if you have 120 Slayer and the Slayer level is 1, it's like a 1 in 7 chance of capturing the animal. So it goes very, very, very quickly. See there? That was like 8 bear kills. And with that Hellhound soul, we now have a full inventory of different souls. That is 6, 11, 17 souls to add. And I think this will actually get us above the 50 point, and I'm pretty sure 50 is the point at which you can teleport with the Slayer Codex. This took maybe half an hour to do. Again, all these monsters are really low Slayer level, so I'm getting them on the first couple hits, but we can just spam click here. Yeah, and you see here you unlocked a new Merle and can now teleport to the Sunken Pyramid. But yeah, we can now teleport here with the Slayer Codex by right-click teleporting, and it takes us right out here, so we can enter the dungeon. In terms of the Slayer Codex, I skipped over green dragons just because they're in the wilderness, or I have to go through the Chaos Tunnel, so I didn't want to bother with banking things, and we'll do that later. But it's time for another inventory, and this one's going to take a little bit longer because now we're starting to get to the 20, 30, 40 soul level of Slayer, and they're going to take a bit more than the 1 in 5 rate we were getting before. Let's go! We got the Araxite Spider. Oh, it's really a night spider, but it's shiny. Oh wait, there's a second one in here. Again, it's a night spider, but this one says shiny on it. And with this Dust Devil Soul, we have a full inventory again. I got a lot more junk in my inventory this time, so we only had 11 souls. But hey, that's 11 more souls to add. Banshee, Infernal Mage, Bloodveld, Turoth, Crawling Hand, Aberrant Spectre, Basilisk, Jelly, Karesk, Aquanite, Dust Devil, and Dust Devil. So this is going to be one of the more annoying souls to get because you actually have to spawn the wall beast as well. By walking through these areas, and it has a Slayer level of 35, and that's not super rare. It's 1 in 13 with me having 120 Slayer, but I've done enough 13 wall beast Slayer tasks to know how annoying it actually is. Oh, thank the Lord, we got that one after 6 kills. Harpy Bug Swarm, Necrael, Elf, Otherworldly Being, Chaos Dwarf, Wall Beast, Steel Dragon, Iron Dragon, Bronze Dragon, Fear Shade, Anku, Crocodile, Lizard, Beaver Spider, Sea Snake Young, and Skeletal Wyvern. I should mention that you do get Slayer XP every single time you add a soul based on the Slayer level of the monster. I think it's 250 per Slayer level. I am so happy I got this soul relatively early. It's not a very rare one to get. I think it's about 1 in 30, but it's so annoying because you have to click on each one of these and get them to spawn. It's kind of like the wall beasts in the fact that it just takes, you get so few kills per hour because you have to spawn them. Hell yeah, we just picked up the Royal Dragon. We successfully breeded a Royal Dragon. That is big moves. 7 more souls to add, but we're up to 108 now. I realized this right when I got here, but the 3 strike worms, the jungle, earth, and ice, I can only kill them on task. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to force a task for each of these with the Slayer mask. Otherwise, we'd have to do a lot more Slayer. Killing Rararius in here really brings me back. Back in the day, I used to camp in this room because like the front room was always taken. I once had a plan where I was gonna Iron Man my own Ascension crossbows. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get all the keys I need, spend like 2 weeks killing them, and then I'll make my own Ascension crossbows. And there is a keystone. It's funny because the keystone is the exact same drop rate as the soul. Well, one off. It's 1 in 64 versus 1 in 65 for the soul. But I was like, what am I gonna get first? Either the soul or a keystone. And it turns out we got a keystone, but I think it's the worst one. 300k. That's probably one of the worst ones. And there's the soul. 1 keystone, 1 soul. When going after this Nihil soul, you really want to make sure you pick up these talons because, or any of the rare drops from the Nihils, because that allows you to make a Nihil pouch, and each pouch is like 300k profit or like 200k profit. So essentially this item is like a 200k drop even though its value shows up as nothing. So we picked up 3 talons, so I'm going to go make these into 3 pouches. Let's look at our GE history. So we bought that Elder Energy for 123k, and we sold it for 615k. So I made 500k in the couple minutes I was at Nihil's. Now this is a throwback. We are killing Glacors for their soul. I haven't been here for years. Oh, that is hilarious. We picked up Glaven boots, and they're like 20 mil. Okay. Look at this. I'm just trying to get this freaking soul. 1 in 80 soul, 3 in 1024 boots. I guess the good news is, like, Ultimate Slayer, I won't have to come back here, at least as much. I just need to get the melee ones. What are they called? Steadfast boots. But, like, come on, just give me a soul. So we're getting the Kursushabi here. I don't want to, well, maybe I do want to get the 3rd boot, but I just want to get out of here quickly. Basically, if you use a Kursushabi, which requires a Curse Damascus Sand, which is 7 mil, then you end up actually getting a 50% increase in the drop rate. So what was once a 1 in 62 to get the soul is now 1 in 41. So for places like here where the kills per hour are really slow or I'm forced to use magic, it's definitely something that I will look into, but for like the cheaper souls at the start, not going to, just because it's 7 mil an Ushabdi, and if I were to do it for all the remaining souls, that would be like 300 mil drop down. But for the tougher ones, I would say the ones above level 100 Slayer, it's probably worth the extra cost. Oh my god. It happened. We got the Glacor soul. It took way too long. I don't know my exact KC when it started. I want to say like somewhere in the 300s. But 651 was our KC. So we probably did like 250 to 300 Glacors, and it was a 1 in 60 drop. And it wouldn't be remiss if we didn't sell these boots at the same time. See how much money we made getting this soul. So 23 mil for the Glavens and 27 mil for the Ragefires. I don't know why they're expensive. They're not very good. You can just use the dinosaur boots instead of the T90 boots. So it must just be Fashionscape. So a couple of souls we need to get are Strike Rooms, and you can only kill Strike Rooms while you're on Slayer task. So we're going to need to come over to Curdle here with our Mask of the Green Worm, and we can force a Jungle Strike Room task. Well, that was quick. We got it after like 12 kills. I guess we'll leave this task. I'll either complete it or I'll skip it at a later date when I need to get the Desert Strike Room. And one of the weird quirks of these tasks is that the 3 Strike Worm masks all share a cooldown. So I have to wait 3 days before I can force a Desert Strike Worm task. So next up is Calgarian Demons. This is a very annoying soul to get because they have very high defense. So if you're not on Slayer task, you're going to be splashing a lot. We're going to go ahead and use the Berserker Aura here, which should give us way more accuracy. On top of that, they have a special attack that can null your damage, but they can't do that once they're in a player-owned dungeon. So eventually we will be going for the Calgarian titles in that dungeon. But for now, we're just going to be killing them here to get the soul so we can place it in our dungeon. And because of how annoying they are, I spent the 7 mil to get the Christu Shabti, which brings the drop rate of this soul down to 1 in 41. So we were at 697 when this started, so hopefully by like 740 we have the soul. And that was super quick. That was worth the 7 mil because, well, what are we at? We are at 707. Looking at our actual souls right now, we have the 5 spiritual warriors, we have the 2 Ripper demons, and then we have this large room which is empty here. So I'm going to go ahead and place this Calgarian Demon Soul. So we'll put this down here and it will count for Slayer Codex completion. And you also still get the Slayer experience. So if we read into our Slayer Codex, you can see that the Calgarian Demon is now complete. The benefit of having them in here is that they will not trigger their special attack. They'll do the animation, but you won't actually take any damage because the special attack is like references the area they're in. So it's perfectly safe. But we can move on to the next soul now. So the Mammoth here is one of probably, I would say, the tougher souls, just in the fact that it combines both not being AFK and also having a very high Slayer level. These have a Slayer level of 96, so it's like 1 in 176. And then with the Kursu Shabti, that lowers it by 50% to like 1 in 117. And got the blue dragon egg and completed You Had a Dragon. I kind of knew this would happen because we had picked up the shiny previously. But now we have all of the dragon breeds done. So I can go ahead and conveniently get rid of all of my dragons. Oh, and we actually got the strange rock for farming. That's nice too. At the same time, we can move over our yaks into the breeding pen and fill it up with some flowery mush and then woad leaves, as now they will breed much faster. Because I think the large paddock has a 50% reduction on breeding chance. So the base of whatever the base is, if it's 30%, it would go to 15%. So it'll really improve our rate there. In terms of the player-owned farm, as I quickly highlight through all of these, we are done everything except for this sacred yak. Hell yeah, we just completed the breeding log. We got our yak. Yesterday we finished off dragons, and the first baby in this is the shiny. So we are done the breeding log. Thank God we got that soul. I was a little bit worried that we would go the whole task. It's 1 in 36 with the Kursu Shabti, and we had 133, so we were about triple drop rate when it actually got caught. The cursed Amyscus sand while killing mammoths. I think it's about 1 in 1,000, and that essentially paid for the Ushabti for this one, because I made a Kursu Shabti, which cost 7 mil. And we can use the mammoth tusks as a way of seeing how many we've killed here, and we're at 193, so we're almost double drop rate on this soul. Okay, yeah, we got another sand. And it's been, what, 2142? And 2136. Well, I'm actually gonna quick chat my mammoth tusk now. So it was 193 before. And we're now 205, so that was 12 kills apart for the sand. God damn. Oh yeah. It's over. We captured the Slayer soul. I had no mammoths killed when this started. So we're at 510 mammoths, so we went about 5 times drop rate. But let's go dump this soul. And as I add it to the chest, we gain 24,000 Slayer experience. You gain a lot more Slayer experience as the level gets higher, and these are 96 Slayer, so that's how we got 24,000. And looking at the codex, we filled out 128, so that means we have 33 to go. But while we're doing our statues in the background, we have the Slayer codex to go. There are 32 souls left, and all of these are difficult. They're either really high Slayer level, so that means their drop rate is very rare, or they are task only like these Ice Strike Worms. So what we're going to do this episode is I am going to slay until I get the Edemu Soul. So that means I'm going to be doing a lot of tasks, and maybe I'll pick up some of these high level like Vile Blooms, Feral Dinosaurs, all that sort of stuff. And we are on the third Strike Worm, the Ice Strike Worm. I had to wait 3 days because the masks share a cooldown. We had a total of 240 on the task. We have 233 left. I decided to go for the maximum amount just to be safe, using Slayer Introspection. The drop rate is 1 in 91, so we should get it before the task is over, but hopefully we don't go 2.5 times dry. And we also picked up our last golden rock combat wise. So usually once I get the combat rocks, I go do a golden statue. Oh yeah, we got it after about, what, just under 100 kills, so pretty much exactly drop rate. I am going to sit here and complete the task because we are going to get 110 points, it being our 2470th task in a row. So that will be nice, and that'll get us up to 200 points, which will give us 6 skips, which we can potentially get an Edemu task in those 6 skips. And more Ultimate Slayer progress. We picked up our first Staff of Light, and 2 skips later, we get the Edemu task. I'm going to look up the drop rate and decide if I'm maxing this out. And I'm going to guess that I'm going to max it out just by virtue of the fact that I don't have the pet yet. So it is 1 in 74 with the Kurosu Shabdi. It's probably going to happen within the task, but I'm still going to pick the maximum amount and get 265 Edemu. Edemu chinning is a lot of fun, but can also be kind of stressful. The concept is that you tag every single Edemu in the room, and the cannon is there to help you with that. Once you have that, you can quickly go back and forth across the barrier. This causes the Edemu to stack up in the entrance area, and you can chin them very quickly. Normally they don't stack up like this because they have a mage attack, so they'll sit at max range, but by going across the barrier they try to get to you but can't reach you, so they end up being melee distance. Having an SGB and Darkbow EOF was really cool because I could do some big damage quickly. Once most of them are dead, put on the main hand and resume killing them until the bulk of them respawn. We picked up this soul really quickly, but I'm going to finish out the task in the hope that I get the Edemu pet, as I'm already at 25k Edemus without the pet, which sounds like a lot, but it's basically just drop rate. Yes! Oh my god! We got you have a Jidinko. We have all the Jidinko breeds done. Oh, I've had a Draconic Jidinko pair, or at least one parent being a Draconic Jidinko for I want to say for like at least over a year, but I did take like 3 months where I never went to the farm. 9 months worth of farming for a Draconic Jidinko. The only other ones that go in the medium pen are the Varanosaurs. So it's the Feral, Venomous, and Ripper Dinosaur, and the Hypnotic Dinosaur. I went ahead and bought a Venomous Dinosaur pair. From looking on the wiki, Varanosaurs can crossbreed, so 2 Venomous Dinosaur parents can create like a Feral or a Ripper Dinosaur. So what I did is I put on the good breeding trait on this male dino here, because that means that it's more likely to have like a sort of genetic mutation where it'll pull out a different breed and you can get like a Ripper Dinosaur out of it. Venomous Dinosaurs shouldn't be a big deal because it's our last medium pen, and I have until I finish all the other like 5 or 6 large dinosaurs before it becomes an issue, but glad to have that Draconic Jidinko done. I got a lot of comments on my last video that you should take both a regular Ushabti and a cursed Ushabti with you. But I think that doesn't actually improve the chances, because I've now captured this bear soul 10 times. Z4, 3, 3. And I've yet to have it fill in the regular Ushabti yet. It's all going into the cursed Ushabti, but if both were rolling, we would anticipate that 2/3 of them would be in the cursed Ushabti, and 1/3 of them would be in the regular Ushabti, just by how the drop rates work. I've now filled 12 rolls out of 1 in 3 drop, and if I put that into a like simple little calculator, failing 12 rolls in a row out of 1 in 3 drop is approximately 1 in 130. So it could exist the fact that it does work, and I just haven't seen it yet, but we're now up to 13 as I keep talking here without it. So I'm just going to assume that it doesn't actually work and not take the regular Ushabti with me, and it's a bit of a rumor. And that is double drop rate. We are at 230 kills, and we have yet to pick up the soul. Hopefully this doesn't go on too long. This is probably my least favorite trim requirement, and something where, like, I can see myself not going for Ultimate Slayer just because of this one monster. Hell freaking yes, we got the Kursu Shabdi. Yes, let's go put this in right away. That is a soul I never want to get again, though I might have to if I ever decide to eventually go for Ultimate Slayer. The final kill count was 247. If we scroll up to where I was complaining here, that was 230. So I got 17 kills in 10 minutes. So extrapolating that out, that's about 100 kills per hour with range versus the about 60 or 70 that I was getting with my melee setup. We are done all the Elite Slayer monsters with the Wyvern, Camel Warrior, and Mammoth. And now I'm going to move on to the Gemstone Dragons. And once that's done, we can start working our way through the Sophanin Dungeon creatures all the way up to the Imperial Ox at the end. And we got those Gemstone Dragon souls like very quickly. We picked up both the Onyx and the Hydrix one, which both have like over 1 in 100 drop rate in 40 kills. This is crazy. I was expecting to have to hop like for 20 minutes to get a Corrupted Scorpion world because of all of the bots and alts that are here. But yeah, very, very, very first world I went to. Like, didn't even have to hop. This was just the world I was on before, and it was wide open. So I just got a Kopesh off task while killing these feline ox, and I really, really don't want to look up this drop rate. I feel like it's like 1 in 15,000 off task, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh my god, 1 in 15,000. Crazy. Over the past day or so, I've been working my way through the Sophanim Slayer dungeon. We now have 11 of the 12 souls there, and all we're missing is the guard act at the very end. There's 3 of them. There's a major, melee, and a ranger, and we just need to get that one Ushabti, so let's hopefully get it. It's been quite a big grind to get all these. Once you get above 106 Slayer for the Slayer level, the chance to get any soul is 1 in 333 with a Curse Ushabti, and with a regular Ushabti, it's 1 in 500. And I want to say like 1,000 Soul Devourers later, we have the Imperial Guard Axe Soul. So we have all 12 souls in the Sophanim dungeon. And before we actually turn in these souls, I thought I'd look in the chest. I think I had about 10 mil in here before. So I got 27 mil in loot, which probably pays for my supplies. Probably made a little bit of money. These Vital Sparks up to 91 total. And the cash is pretty nice. We'll leave this as a sort of future hack protection. Just in case something happens, that's another 30 mil I can just jumpstart my account with. And now let's add all 12 of them. Imperial Guard Auk, Corrupted Scorpion, Corrupted Scarab, Corrupted Lizard, Corrupted Dust Devil, Corrupted Calphite Guardian, Corrupted Worker, Salawa Auk, Scarab Auk, Feline Auk, Crocodile Auk, and the Gorilla Auk. That is a lot of Slayer experience. We gained, what, like 25,000, probably on average per soul. So 300, probably 300-ish K Slayer. But if we look at the Slayer Codex, we have 14 souls to go. So it's time to start our next monster, and this is going to be Stalker creatures. As you see in our quick chat, I've killed about 15 of them so far. So I have not been here for more than a couple minutes. I think I tried killing some of the level 99 ones right away and then teleported out after it didn't go so well. And they drop these Seeker Charms, which help increase the chance of getting, I believe, the pet from the level 99 guys. These ones only require level 71 Slayer. So they're actually like relatively good money because it's a 300k drop that's uncommon, and you can kill them somewhat quickly, and they do not hurt that hard. Like, I have 4 or 5 on me, and I could probably aggro pot this if I wanted to. And yeah. So despite being 1 in 151 for this soul, we got it in 41 KC. Well, 41 combined. What was it before? We got it in 7 KC here. So yeah, that's 2 creatures done. Also picked up a golden rock in magic. Yeah, that was just about perfect. And we also picked up the Revenant Soul, giving us 3 more added. And with those 3, we are up to a nice round number of 150. 11 to go. It's time to do some Moss Golems here. We haven't killed too many Lost Grove creatures. I think I've done a Slayer task or 2. We're up to 225 total. But what we're going to do is set up our cannon. I believe that is the correct square to set it up on. Might be off by 1. Now our auto retaliate, our prayer, everything is going to come in. We have a Revo bar set up here, and these guys are going to attack us. And we should be able to sustain our HP with our Vamp Scrim and everything else. Everything seems to be going well. We seem to be maintaining our HP fairly well. Goes through cycles of ups and down. But we get there. The one thing I will try out, assuming we don't get the soul right away, is the Blood Reaver familiar. Because we're healing with Vamp, we're healing with Vamp Scrim, we're knocking out armor spikes, we should be dealing an absolute ton of really small healing hits. Because we are taking damage, we're also going to be healing, because if you sit at max HP, then it doesn't do anything. So next trip, I'll test that out. I died to my prayer dropping, so it's a convenient little time to test out this theory. So essentially what it is whenever I heal any amount of damage, I'm going to be hitting all these 1s on these target. And these 1s, or like the 5 hits there, have the ability to proc poison. And with our Cinderbanes, poison damage is increased by 20%, poison proc rate is increased. Every single time these spikes hit, also poison damage increase. So there's all these factors coming in together to help increase our poison damage and our poison output. This would be even better with Lanikia's Spear, but unfortunately I do need the accuracy of the scythe here, so I can't rely on that. Well, that's a really funny occurrence. My prayer dropped as I captured the soul, and I died about 10 seconds later. But we have the Moss Golem soul, so we can move on to the next one. It's time to get the last of the Lost Grove creature souls, and we're going after the Vinecrawler soul. Hopefully this one doesn't take me too long. I have a friend who's like, I don't know how dry. He's dry enough that he gave up on finishing the Slayer log. But one cool little trick with these Vinecrawlers, because they are not bound or stun immune, I can use Binding Shot and Tight Bindings. And unique with the range style is that they also bind the target for 9.6 seconds. And Piercing Shot gets bonus damage. It deals double damage if the target is bound or stunned. And it has a very short cooldown. So while we lost Rico, because we don't want to AoE anything, we do pick up the ability to stun here and now have a really powerful cooldown with a 3-second cooldown. So every other ability now, until it's dead, can be a 188 Piercing Shot. Hell yeah. We got the Vinecrawler soul. I think I had like 1,200 Lost Grove, 1,200-ish Lost Grove creatures when I came in here, and now we're up to 1,400. So 200, I went under drop rate. The 3 soul, I know I had 210 KC when I started this whole thing. So the 3, 1, and 3 drops took me 1,219 kills to get. And scrolling through this codex, we have 8 more to go, which is, wow. Crazy to think. 7 of which are on Anachronia. So we're going to get the Anachronia ones, and then I'll get the Lava Strike Room one at the very end as the ceremonial last one. So I showed off this method in a separate video a long time ago, but with the right setup and the right perks, with Vampirism, some spells being moved around, you can basically end up fully AFKing without having to touch this. And when something's fully AFK, the soul is not bad. So that's why I'm starting with these Lambent Floors. The Aggression Scrimshaw only gets 1 onto you at a time. And it like procs every 15 seconds or so. If you get lucky, you can get 1 to attack you right away, but sometimes you need to wait. It would help if I actually got an Ushabti. Good thing I noticed that instead of waiting a friggin' whole hour. No freaking joke. The very, very first kill that I got back, I got this soul. I turned on the, what is it? Potion Reservoir, and I captured the soul after 6 seconds after that. That's stupid. Next up, we are doing the Devil's Snare. There is another AFK method where you come to this north little island, and there's only 2 Devil's Snare that spawns that get you. And by the time you actually kill the one Devil's Snare, the other one is like pretty close to spawning. So you see it pops up right there. But one change I am going to make is I'm not going to bother using Affliction just because we kill it so quickly. So I'm just going to put on Torment, and that means we're using less prayer points. So that's 4.9 now. And if I put Affliction back on, that goes to 5.8. So I'm using 20% less prayer points. And if I'm using 20% less prayer points, that's 20% more AFK, because drinking potions is the real only thing I need to do here. That was pretty quick. What, like 3 or 4 aggro pot doses? And we have the souls. So let's see if there are any other AFK ones we can do. Next up on the docket, we have the Venomous Dinosaurs. They are relatively easy to AFK. I actually haven't done them that much. As you can see, in total, I've only killed 146 dinosaurs. But we do need to still get one of the totem pieces from here, and supposedly it's a 1 in 300 drop rate, but like no one seems to believe that that's the actual drop rate. So we're just going to be AoEing these down. We should be safe as long as our prayer points don't drop. We'll do enough damage with all the abilities we have. Too easy. It's funny, like all the AFK ones and like the really easy to AFK ones, I seem to get extremely quickly. But the second there's a soul that like you can't AFK, I just don't get it. Well, we didn't get the Ripper Demon Soul yet. We did pick up the Totem of Summoning Middle. And this was the last totem piece I needed. At least the last totem piece I needed from Slayer. I still need to get one of the totems from Herbie Werby, which I'm going to do as soon as I get the soul. Unfortunately, we didn't pick up the Ushabti, and the trip is now over. And now we can buy the Totem of Crystal Base. And with this, we got Jurassic Perk, which is discover all the totems on Anachronia. Hell yeah, that's another trim wreck done. That is the last of the 4 dinosaurs, and I think I got pretty lucky here. I had maybe 50 dinosaur kills before this started, and it took me in total 788, but the majority of them came on these Ripper dinosaurs because I came here with like 300 KC, so about 480, 490, maybe even 500 kills at the Ripper dinosaurs, and all the AFK early ones that are easy are the ones where I got it right away, but the ones that I actually had to pay attention to, that's where I went dry. We're attacking some Luminous Snagglers. I'm gonna hope that Gricko doesn't go too far and change to other ones, because I don't want to get multiple on me at once. So these have a considerably lower Slayer level than all the other monsters I've been killing lately. That means that these guys are a 1 in 106 drop rate instead of the 1 in 333 that we've been dealing recently. Because once you get above level 106 Slayer, the drop rate is 1 in 500, as like that's the minimum it ever gets. And then the Curse Ushabti makes that 1 in 333. And I built myself a little Revel bar here and got the Scrimshaw of Aggression and the Penance Aura. And I'm gonna see just how AFK it is. I seem to be maintaining my HP. So the method definitely didn't work in terms of 100% AFK, because I eventually did die after some pretty bad RNG with 2 of those poison things popping on me. But as a whole, it's still pretty good. It's really low effort, basically. I can watch YouTube or something and just look over whenever my HP is kind of low. Luminous Snaggler obtained 1 more Vileplume soul to go. And the last soul are these liverworts. And assuming I barge, I believe I'll be able to beat the actual special attack. Like, this wasn't even zerked, and beat it pretty cleanly. It does help the fact that I'm currently using the Pterosaur Maul, which increases the damage we deal by a considerable margin, because these are range class creatures as they are attacking us with range. So they get destroyed by this little Molly boy. basically my plan is whenever I have assault up, I'm going to barge, and that way I make sure I get that barge off. Like this next one, I still have 15 seconds on assault, so I'm not going to worry about the barge bleed, but I'll still barge over here. Holy crap, that was super quick. We are like 6 minutes into this because I activated Vamp as soon as I got here. Wow. I forget what my quick chat was before. I think it was like 2198. Yeah, it's gone in the chat, but I think it was 2198, which would put me 12 KC in. Holy crap, we are one soul away from completing the Slayer log. So we've got ourselves all set up, and there are a bunch of lava strike worms in this dungeon. You can see that there's all these lava strike worms along here. 1, 2, 3. The rest of the NPCs aren't loading in, but there's lava strike worms all along here. And we're gonna go in and kill all of these and respawn the dungeon in this area. As long as I don't kill the black dragons in the distance, we are perfectly fine. It's 1 in 98 actually. The lava strike worms are tagged as a level 94 Slayer task. So after we kill this last 6th one, we just teleport out. Surge. If we need to get a Dren, we get a Dren. Enter, continue where we left off. Make sure we teleport to Kalis Kra. At this point, we can put on our Surge BD. An acceleration pot would actually probably be really nice here. But we just Surge BD around the corner. Get up here. And some of the lava strike rooms are back, but not all of them are. The 4 that were blocking the doors, so the 2 here and the 2 there didn't respawn, but it seems as though everything else did. There we go. That was like our 5th run through, I think. This'll be a fun moment though. I'm kind of excited for it. So, Lamp and Flora, Devil's Snare, Venomous Dinosaur, Brutish Dinosaur, Luminous Snagger, Ripper Dinosaur, Liverworts, and last but certainly not least, Lava Strike Worms. We are now fully complete on the Slayer Codex. This feels really good to get done, like really good. It's like one of the, I guess, longer grinds that I have, at least on the non-time lock stuff. Between getting the 3,000 Slayer points, getting all the souls, like on average, if you take from like the souls collected this episode, you take like from Rune Dragon onwards, basically, it was about an hour for each one on average. So what are we doing next now that we only have 16 requirements left? We are going to be doing All Rise, which is complete all court cases. And I've been preparing for this for the past couple days, buying some items from the Grand Exchange. You can see in my buy offers right now, we have 800 caskets. And each casket has about a 1 in 30 chance to get a court case. And there are a total of 16, I believe it's 16 court cases to do. So on average, it would take 500 to get this done. So we're up to 800 total caskets, and I should be able to quickly open these, pick up a court summons, and then go do the court cases. In order to do court cases, you gotta come to the courthouse, and the first one I believe we don't actually have to get, and the clerk just gives it to us because it's the tutorial. And you can pick either prosecution or defender, and then you go through what the wiki tells you to do, and then eventually you'll get the case convicted or got them off, depending on which one you are. So now to get the next court summons, you just go ahead and open these caskets. Sometimes you get shit, sometimes you get nothing. There we go. So there's our first court summons. Took like 16 caskets. Drunken Dwarf versus the people. So I'm just going to go through what the wiki tells me to do for the next 15 cases, and I'll see you at the end. And that is our last court summons. I had about 800 caskets to start, so it took me 333. So 1/3 of 1,000, basically. I've been keeping up all this loot in my inventory, and when I'm done this final case, we'll go ahead and price check what we got from this wreck. And about 5 minutes later, we are done with the final case where we get Robin Hood arrested, basically. All rise. Complete all court cases. Collect your reward from the court clerk when you leave. Unfortunately, we didn't get the achievement pop up because we were in that cutscene, but we can get our last reward here. So we got the 3 pieces of the outfit with the wig, top, and gavel, but I'm going to go ahead and destroy these because I don't want to use these cosmetics. But each case does give you a mystery box which you can open, and being the YouTuber I am, I decided to keep all of it in my inventory. And it does account for 1.6 mil. So it's not terrible. Most of that is probably coming, with the Cave Goblin wire. And I don't know if that will actually sell. But the rest of it, I already have stacks of it in my bank. Basically break even, because that's about what I lost on the caskets. We are working on the trim series once again, starting off by collecting these Firewatch corpses. In order to get the trim requirement Ivan is flailing done, we need to do a total of 500 of these Vire corpses in the Calambrium. And I originally did the 200 required for comp, as there is a hard Mauritania diary task that requires 200, but I never went off and finished the trim requirement at the same time. So that's the situation where we're in. I'm just chilling here with some aggro potions, and then I'm looting the Vire corpses every minute or so. But it does fit into this kind of niche of what I want to get done this episode, which is a lot of these requirements that aren't time-locked and aren't a massive grind and only really need to take like a couple of hours to get done. And we can knock out like 3, 4, 5 of those this episode and then start working on the next thing. And that is 297 Fire corpses. I'm just going to round it off to 300. Now you need at minimum teak pyre logs, but I'm not sure how trade heavy these are going to be. Oh, they bought pretty quickly for 15k each. I'll take that. That'll work out quite fine. So this is the preset we're going for. We're going to activate the Dungeon Cape, and we're going to teleport to the Mauritania Slayer Tower dungeon. And it's right outside the Slayer Tower where you get teleported to. And we can quickly surge BD over here, and we are at the mausoleum. So once you're at the columbarium, what you do is you just rotate between these 2 things, putting the corpse on there, putting the logs on there, and lighting it up. And if you're on this square, you're within area loot range of both of those pedestals. So you can just click loot all every once in a while to pick up your keys, and each one of these keys gives a little bit of a reward. And there is 500 Vire corpses burnt. We'll just burn these last couple ones for good luck. I think I did miss a key or 2, just by letting it despawn because it was over 2 minutes. Yeah, 298. And now I think I just go around and I open these wooden recesses. So we're about 100 keys in, and the loot isn't looking that great. And I honestly just can't be asked staying here forever. So I'm going to drop everything that isn't already in my loot tab, because bank space is a bitch. Just isn't worth the time it takes. Maybe if I was an Iron Man. One of the weirder trim requirements there is the circus. And you need to basically get all of the outfit pieces. I have a lot of them, but there's a couple ones that we still need to get. So the clown outfit is between 1,000 and 1,200 points. Ringmaster is 1,200 or higher. And then these base items here are under 500 points. So there's a couple ones where it's relatively possible to get over 1,200, and that's this alchemy and then the tightrope. So I'll show you my method for both of these. So for this one, what we do is we cast alchemy on that, hope we succeed. Then once that's done, you do a random emote. And then you cast teleport, hope you succeed. If you succeed every time, maybe one failure, you'll get it. But otherwise, we'll just get the clown item. So this is our last one, and hopefully we succeed and we get the Ringmaster. Yay, we got it. So we got the second piece of Ringmaster, because we scored over 1,200. And now we just need to go to agility and try to get that up above. So for this one, all I do is juggle Chinchampas. Seems to have a pretty high success rate. And then I do a random emote. Then I juggle Chinchampas. And it's a similar sort of thing that as long as we 9 out of the 10 times we're successful, we should be able to get it. And we hit 1200 with 1 to go, so we didn't fail a single one there. And we'll get this final jump again, another 100 or so points, and got another piece of the Ringmaster pants. So we still need to get 2 more Ringmaster outfits, so it'll take another week. Though if we can use a weekly reset token, I might just go do that. But if we look, we still need to get green leggings, shoes 1, shoes 2, and giant hand. And how we go about doing this is we just kind of sandbag. So we just do 1 emote, we give up, and he gave us the stylish hat. If we now look at it, we need the giant hand, which is the last of like the sandbagging items. And then we need 1 piece of the clown outfit, which we can get from this. And the 2 pieces of the Ringmaster, which we can get from the anvil and the flying thing. So assuming we can reset this with a reset token, I'll be back with me finishing off the circus. So it turns out that you can reset the circus with a weekly token. So assuming we get some quote-unquote good RNG here, we should be able to finish off this requirement right now. So we hit over 1,000. We just need this last teleport to go through and not fail, and we'll get over 1,200. Hell yeah. Here we go. That's another piece of the Ringmaster outfit. So this is going to be the last piece of the Ringmaster outfit. We picked up the horn. Now we're only missing 1 item. Unfortunately, I failed the ranging stuff, which is the other one where I'm able to get over 1,000. Just got really bad RNG there, so I still need to get 1 piece of the clown outfit, which we'll get next week by just getting over 1,000 points. And next up, we're going to work on another one of those kind of takes a couple hours requirement in the chimp ice deliveries. While I was preparing myself to do this chimp ice, I completely neglected the fact that I destroyed all of my Grigris. So yeah, I need to basically do Monkey Madness again. No, I already have the Monkey Talisman, still it's in this Cramulet, but I do need to go get a Monkey Grigri, which means getting kidnapped here. I believe we just used the item on him. There we go. Make sure you don't actually accidentally bury the bones. And now we have a Monkey Grigri again, so we can start delivering some chimp ice. You need to deliver a chimp ice to the Monkey King on Apatal, but unfortunately it melts very quickly, and the way you keep it cool is by using ancient magics on it, specifically ice spells. The route is fairly optimized, but it can be a lot of fun. You start at the monkey colony and immediately take the magic carpet to the Shanty Pass. From there, you loop around the castle to the west and grab the boat to Daemonheim. I forgot power burst of accelerations here, so I picked them up at the bank for future trips. From there, you take the boat back to Taverley and go to the hot air balloon to the east. You take that hot air balloon to the Grand Treat. Make sure to ice barrage after every travel point to make sure that the chimp ice doesn't melt. Climb the Grand Tree and take the many travels to Apatal through Darrow, Widar, and the third guy who I forget. Once there, move towards the Mahogany Tree and cast Ice Barrage. Put on your Grigri so that you can walk through the gate and hug the reeds to the south. While in the reeds, you can safely take off your Grigri and cast Ice Barrage. Make your way over to the king with the Grigri back on and deliver the chimp ice. Now all you gotta do is do that 24 more times and the requirement is done. Player-owned ports is probably going to be, I want to say, our biggest time lock requirement. I stopped doing this as soon as I got regular comp cape and only just started picking this back up a month ago. So we're at the 6th region now. We do have the 7th region unlocked. I just don't have the crew for it yet. The big challenge is going to be this Eastern Adventure requirement, as it's one of the port's requirements. We need to finish all 4 trio missions, and the last trio mission that was released when the art came out requires 6 million distance, and right now I only have 2.8 million distance. And to get to 6 million distance by the middle of November, which is when my strange rocks are up, I need to do about 25,000 distant a day, and I really don't think I'm doing that yet. Maybe I'm just about that, but then to actually get that final trio mission is also going to take probably a month of maybe getting it, failing it, getting it again. So what I'm doing right now is I've been getting all of the level 6 crews, so these Harem of Fortune Tellers, the Traveling Band, and the Ferocious Tiger Rider. The 3 of those, I have about 5 of each of them, and I've been leveling them up with lower missions, and now we're getting into doing the Pincers region as we have enough stats, and this way I'll be able to get enough stainless steel to upgrade everything I need to, specifically with my ships. I can't show you exactly because they're all sailing right now, but I can upgrade that there to get like slightly better items. And then from there, once that's done, we can go to the loop and start getting more distance. This is going to be our last chimp ice delivery. We had to do 25 in total. I want to say it took like an hour and a half, 2 hours. I did it in a pretty chill and relaxed way, so it wasn't too time consuming, and takes maybe 5 minutes to do one if you're just relaxing. But this is going to be our 25th chimp ice handed in, and we will get the Ice Chimpy achievement done. Look at that, we're going for our golden rocks, and we picked up a slimy egg, and I believe this is one of the requirements for the Sandy title. So we're knocking something out of the way, and we picked up Squeck the Squid Pat. And that is confirmed. The 2 venomous dinosaur parents can in fact pick up the other dinosaurs, so we just got a shiny feral dinosaur, which is kind of funny because it doesn't count for the feral dinosaur, but it does count for the shiny. Looking at the breeding log, we have the hypnotic dinosaur done, but don't have the feral dinosaur done. I forgot to record this, but I got a trio mission, and this is one of the earlier trio missions, so the assassin, convict, and missionary trio mission. And I got up to 85%. You need 12,000 in each morale, seafaring, and combat to have 100%. But we got almost there, so I'll be back in 8 hours. And while we wait for the ports mission to finish, we might as well do the last circus piece we need. So we only need to get the clown tambourine, which means we need to get between 1,000 and 1,200 points. And all we need is 2 points, so let's not splash here. Hey, there we go. Jack of the Circus Den. Obtain all circus clothing from Balthazar's Beauregard's Big Top Bonanza. That's a good requirement to have done because it's something I'm never going to do. Otherwise, like, I'm not going to come here for XP. And we're down to 18 requirements to go. As with each episode, I try to debut one of the long-term requirements in each one, and this time we're going to talk about Salty. Salty means you fully explore what the Ark has to offer and earn the right to claim the Salty title. Lot of things going on, including completing the Ark Journal, getting all the rewards, unlocking everything from Waiko, and getting Flippers McGraw to join our crew. The first thing we should look at is the things that I actually still need to get. I have 111 Taijutsu and 26,000 chimes, and I've bought a lot of things. Not everything, but a lot of things. But the big thing is the Thalisa's weapons, and then on top of that, all of the Hanto armor. This thing combined is like over 200 Taijutsu. So we need about another like 150 Taijutsu and about 200,000 more chimes. It's slightly less than that, but that's a rough estimate. So how am I going to do that? So I'm going to be making shark soups, which require a lot of items, basically one of everything. But you're able to actually transmute the most of the items, and for now, all I'm gonna do is just do my daily mining and daily div. I have 2 of each on my claimed island, and then I'll look for another island that has 3 mine and 2 div. But for now, this is going to be the best. But this Alea Sea Salt is going to be our biggest part of this because it's basically going to count for 3 of the 5 resources required for shark soup. Because you can transmute this into wobbegong oil, and then you can transmute that wobbegong oil into turtle shells. So I can build up a stack of a ton of sea salt, and I can do that every day for the next couple months, and then I'll have this big backlog of chimes that I can do. And this is very easy to AFK while I'm at work. Just have to make sure I don't lobby. It's now 8 hours later, and our trio mission is back, so let's hope for the best. 85% chance. I think that's a success. Ah, yes, we did it. Perfect. That second trio mission is done, and that gave us enough of a port score to get the Admiral of the Fleet title, which is nice. Another Runescore-based achievement to get done. But time to keep working on our ports and getting our crew up, getting our ship upgrades. We're just trying to get up to 5,000 stainless steel. I think to buy the Blazing Lantern hull. Apart from that, that is our last stainless steel upgrade, and then we're gonna start working on getting the terracotta ones. Another trio mission is going out. This one has 100% success rate because it's the first of the 3 in their little trio journey. So don't need to worry about it failing, which is really nice. And this is going to be our conquest rank. You just need to get up to 1648 as your conquest elo rank. So you can find someone who's already done the requirement, and then you can go through and they lose games to you. So I can pass this along to someone else, because the higher the conquest ranking, the better your you gain from each game. But big thanks to Mr. Bisto over here for helping me achieve 1250 plus rank in the conquest minigame. We also got a little bit of Thaler out of it, which will help for our Jad pet when we need that for IFB. And we had another trio mission. This is the number 2 for the Architect, Chef, and Trapper. I was able to also get 100% success rate on this, so I know it was already a success, but we are now 2 out of 3 on those adventurers, so we just need to get one more trio mission for the 3 of them, and then we can move on to the final set of trio missions. But as I mentioned earlier with ports, we need 6 million total distance in order to get that final trio mission for the final 3. So it's not like we're going to be done with ports anytime soon. We need to get 80 penguins found in total in order to unlock the Sheldon pet. Getting up to 40 penguins found was the regular comp rec, and that was my last comp rec that I got in the first episode. So to do that, I have to catch 39 penguins, but you can only catch 10 a week. Luckily, I have a plan for that. It's currently Tuesday, and it's 4 hours before reset. So that means when reset ticks over, we're going to be able to hunt our penguins again. On top of that, I have 2 weekly token resets, and with those 2 resets, I can reset it once now and once after reset. So that way I can do 4 penguins today and get all 40 penguins done, and this trim rack done and out of the way. That is 1 week of penguins done. We got 10 out of 12. There's 1 on Avital and 1 in the Shadow Realm, and those are kind of annoying to get to, so I'm going to go ahead and just reset these as I'll have enough regardless. We can spy on the rock again, and now we go back to all the penguins again. 10 more penguins caught. Once reset comes around, we'll be able to do this 2 more times and get up to the 80 penguins we need. But in the meantime, I did get 4 007 agents, which means we got 4 easy caskets. So let's see if we get anything good out of it. Jack shit. Ooh, that's unfortunate. That is not unfortunate. Ooh, that is unfortunate. And 2 pages. Honestly, easy clues are banks. We've got 2 fortunates, 2 pages, and a little bit of junk. So probably like 3.5 mil doing my penguins. And that is Penguin Adoption Agency. We have now spied on 80 total penguins. Trim comp wise, we now have 16 requirements to go. It's been quite a little bit since we last checked in here. I was up at my parents' cottage for about 2 weeks, so wasn't really able to record effectively. Low FPS, bad audio, so I decided to just dump all of the trim related clips because I actually didn't finish any requirements. But what I've been doing is on Uncharted Islands, I have a bunch of supplies here, and we're going on these short missions. What we're looking for are taijutsu and these washed up supplies. Right now we have 167, and I believe the number we need is like 220 or 230. But there's going to be a lot of traveling merchants around, so our goal is to get up to 200 taijutsu for now. At the same time, we're going to need chimes to get all of the supplies for all the taijutsu we need. I got about 1,000 of every single shark soup item. I just need 16 more bamboo and 22 more mushrooms, and then we can go ahead and make another 1,000 of these uncooked shark soup. But before we do that, I'm gonna go through and use up my remaining 300-ish supplies and see how many Taijutsu we end up with. Oh, here are the treasure chests. This is a tier 2 one. So it should be like 3 Taijutsu. Oh, 4. And we also got a Stormberry seed, which actually is a nice little time to talk about it. So we have at least one of each seed, and there's this whole like berry breeding mini game where you start with these seeds and then you eventually end up with every single seed. So we're gonna get into that once we use up these 300 supplies. And that is the last. No, I think we got enough. Yeah, we got enough supplies for one more island. So this is going to be the last island here. Any Taijutsu to see? No, but we did get some supplies. So how much Taijutsu did we get up to? We got up to 195. That's pretty nice. I also kept in my inventory a lot of the items that I picked up either from the ground or from the orikamis. And we ended up with a good amount of things, so I'm pretty happy with that. But let's go sell these 2 masks. I feel like they're not going to be very expensive. Yeah, so 260k and 300k. That's actually not that bad. So let's talk about the berries of the Ark. You have to get every single berry and harvest them from these 2 little berry planters, but only 4 of the seeds are stuff you can get as drops or natively. The rest of them you have to breed yourself. And there's a whole guide on the wiki on how to do it, but basically you start with the rumberry and exuberry planted, and then you can work your way through getting every single one of these as crossbreeds, and then you're able to complete this requirement in about a month. So I'm going to plant the exuberry on the left side, and then I'm going to plant the rumberry on the right side. And we'll come back in 2 days. It's every 42 hours that it grows, but you might as well just make it 2 days so I can make it a consistent thing, and we'll be able to pick it in the right order and start working our way through it. While we wait for that, we're gonna start on the mushrooms of the Ark. Much like the other things, there are 16 different mushrooms we can get, and half of these mushrooms you get on uncharted islands, and then half of them you get on non-uncharted islands. Some of them we need to get on Goshima, and there's a nice little forage area right over here. So on Goshima, we can get Corpse Bloom, Immoral, Buttercap, Wushoom, which we already have, and then Snuffed Ruffle. It's a very weird name. But yeah, let's see what we get here. From looking up the drop rates on the wiki, the really hard one to get here is going to be the Buttercap. It's about 1 in 500. So we might be here for quite a while. Hey, that wasn't too bad. We gained like 300 and some odd mushrooms, and we got everything from this little area here. And we only have 4 mushrooms to go, which we need to get on the isles that once were turtles. And there it is. We got the final mushroom. Unfortunately, my recorder wasn't working, and I've already used up the toadstool. But we've discovered all the mushrooms of the Ark, getting a stamp in our Ark journal, so we just need the birds, castaways, and berries to go. Now, what do these mushrooms actually get us? Well, each time we harvest a mushroom, we get one of these types of mushrooms, and for every 5 of them, we can get a sliced mushroom, which we can use in shark soup. So this is essentially just chimes. The rare mushrooms, you only require 1. But I've already used them up, and then any mushrooms you gain on uncharted islands only require 2. It's kind of the balancing act where it takes 5 when you can just harvest it forever, and 2 when it's on an uncharted island. And if we look into our bank right now, we have basically 1,000 of everything with these sliced mushrooms. I'm gonna go ahead and finish slicing the rest of these off so they don't clog up some bank space. We ended up with another like 250 mushrooms out of this. But the cool part about shark soup is that all the items stack. It's really cool. So what we're gonna do is come over here to the Waiko grill. That's where you cook the shark soup, and that's where you actually sell them. But before we're actually gonna cook them, I need to go to the bank to get something that you really don't want to forget. And that item is the modified sous chef Took, as it gives a 5% chance to give you a double soup, and double soup means double chimes, which means less chimes we actually need. So the method here is pretty simple. You just cook away and then you trade Tang and sell them the soup. As you can see, our modified sous chef toque allowed you to make an extra portion of food, which has been sent to the bank. We just come through and we just sell our entire inventory here, and they're 102 each. And the range here also has the portable effect, where it's the 5% bonus chance with the extra portion, so we're going to get a lot of extra portions here. 10% in total. A brooch would bring it up to 15% by adding another 5%, but that's not worth the 150 mil for me, because I'm already 5.6, so I'm not going to get it back with skills like fletching or crafting like the average player would. One reason why I was making the shark soups at this grill, apart from the whole like quickly selling it, is to get the azure parrot bird. It only spawns when cooking shark soup or shark gumbo, whatever the lower tier version of shark soup is. So I needed to at least do some here. And yeah, it's like a 1 in 10 or a 1 in 40 chance. So it's not too hard to get, you just have to actually do it. The rest of the birds that I have to get are all daily spawns. And with this last shark soup, that should be pretty much our 30,000 capped up. Yeah, we have one that we couldn't sell here. But we're at 29,988 chimes gained today, and you can only gain 30,000 per day from selling to shops. So this is going to be a new daily. It took me about 20 minutes to go through the about 300 soups. And if we look in our tab here, we got a bonus 34 cooked soup because I had one extra in my inventory. So that's another like 3.4k chimes just from cooking it over there with the sous chef hat on. Around the Ark, you can find these treasure maps, and they lead to these islands with these castaways. And there are 10 of them. And this guy wants some aspirin. But unfortunately, we don't have any. But just for talking to him, he will give us 1 Taiji2. They show up in random areas around the Ark, the treasure maps do. But once you walk past it once, it's there forever. So I'm going to go to each of these locations to see if I've gone by it. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for the daily spawn of it. Yep, so unfortunately for the remaining 5 castaways, we're going to have to go when they spawn. They spawn on a cycle where like 1 spawns each day. So we'll make sure to get these over the next week or so. In terms of the birds, there's only 1 bird where we can still actually force spawn and isn't a daily bird, and that is the tortoiseshell plover. And basically how it works is every time we catch a turtle, there is a 1 in 200 chance that a spawn will happen. With our extreme potion running out, it looks like we got 51 total shells, but we got double loot 5 times. So we got 46. We're getting about 460 per hour, which means this should take about half an hour on average to get. And it took basically exactly 200 turtle shells, but there is the tortoiseshell plover, which we've added into our logbook. With our newfound chime of fortune, I'm going to go ahead and stock up on 1,000 more supplies. I feel like that'll be enough supplies to get us all the Taiji2 and chimes that we need in order to get the salty title. If we look at our currency pouch here, we have 202 currently. These tier 3 ones are so rare, it's always hype to get the big treasure chests. Do we get 7? Oh, we got 5. I believe that one can roll 5 to 7. But we're doing pretty well so far. We had 204 when we started. We now have 221, so we picked up 17, and we've used about 200 supplies. So yeah, we're on track for finishing this by the time we're out of supplies. Sometimes on these super long islands, it's actually quicker to just teleport back to Port Sarim, because it puts you right beside the quartermaster, and then you just click on a short voyage again. And this is going to be our last Uncharted Island. I started here with 426 Uncharted Isles, and I've now gone to 653. So I've done about like 250 small islands, and we're up to 255 Taiji2. I went back and checked with the shop, and if I'm not missing any items, and I potentially could be missing any items, we need 261 taijutsu. This one is going to give us 2 to 4, and in the Arc Journal, we still have 4 castaways to find, and each castaway is going to give us 1 taijutsu. So all that together gets us up to 259 currently, and this gives 2 to 4, which will put us to 261 or 263 total. And we got 2 taijutsu, so that should put us perfectly at the amount we need. And now we can just go back to our claimed island to do our daily skilling. In terms of the extra junk I got in my inventory, this is just from getting all the orakamis. So anything that is usable, I'm going to keep, like this golden bamboo. That's two free bundles of bamboo, and same with the fish. It's now been 2 days, so the rumberry and exuberry bush are fully grown, but we need to do this in like a very specific order to be efficient. So we need to pay attention to what the wiki says. So the very first thing they want us to do is to forage this exuberry bush, and it's going to produce a fireberry seed here. So now we can go ahead and plant this fireberry seed. And from here, we can now pick the rumberry bush, as it's going to have a fireberry beside it, and it's going to crossbreed as well into a blisterberry seed. Now we're going to save this blisterberry for later. But for now, we're going to put another one of these exuberry seeds in it. And I'm going to do this over and over again until we have all, I guess, 14 of these seeds. And that is our last shark soup sold. We had about 1,000 of everything. And we now have basically not 1,000 of everything. Let's see how many bonus soups we have in the bank. We have 93. So of the 1,000 we cooked, we got 93 extra, so 9.3%. Unfortunately, not the full 10%. And our chime count is now 123k or 128k. So we can start to buy out a lot of the rewards here. And while we can't get everything, we can get almost everything. So we're going to get the Winds of Waiko, Rage of Haiju, Delicia's Revenge, Hanto Curious, Hanto Leggings, Hanto Headpiece, and Hanto Sabaton. So what do we still need? We need the Hanto Handguards, the Spirit Dragon Pet, the 3 outfits here, and the Contract Guru. So combined, that's 47.5k chimes, so in about 2 more days, we will have it. And this is going to be our last bird. It's been a couple days. We have now discovered all the birds of the Ark. We basically just needed to go around and wait for the day. This is the Monday spawn, and then there's one for basically every day of the week. And that is one more thing knocked out for Salty. We just need to get the final castaway here, and then the whole berry planter process, which takes about a month to get through and plant everything. So in terms of active things, we're pretty much done. And this castaway is going to pop up on the 20th. For context, right now it's the 19th in game. So 24 hours from now, we'll be able to get the last castaway. At the same time, while we were waiting for all these daily things to pop up, I went ahead and got ourselves about 400 more soup supplies. And I already did 1 day worth of selling, so that's why we're up to 30,000 chimes. And we'll just finish off these final 124, and that should give us enough chimes to buy everything from the shop that we can right now. And the last of the soups have been made, but we do have all the bonus ones we get from the sous chef outfit and the Waiko grill effect. So let's sell these as well. Yeah, 37. But now we have 46,000 chimes. And I think the amount that I needed was 45,000. So we can buy the Spirit Dragon Pet. We can buy the Death Lotus Rogue outfit. Buy the Gu Ronin outfit. Buy the Hanto Handguards. And if we look here, pretty much everything says owned, except for the Serious Fang, but that's not a requirement because it's something you purchase every once in a while. The only other thing we need is the Sobajo Contract Guru, which you get from ports. And then the Sea Singer Acolyte outfit, where you need to have all the scrolls for Sea Singers. And I can't show it here, but I have, of the 12 Sea Singer scrolls, I have 5 of them. Over the next couple of months, I'll pick up the rest of those scrolls. So what do we still need for this? The 3 items, as mentioned, the Contract Guru, which we get from ports, the Acolyte outfit, where we need to get the Singer Scrolls, and the Idle Crabble Teen Pet, which we can buy from the GE. Then we also need to get all the berries done and all the castaways done. Once that's done, we will have fully unlocked the salty title. So over the next month or so, I'm going to focus on getting the berries done, and we'll come back with the actual complete title in hopefully a month or 2. Though we're pretty much done all the active playing on it. But I decided to go ahead and get one of the requirements that I've been putting off doing, and that is Memory of Nomad. It's a post-quest fight that, depending on how quickly you kill him, you get specific rewards. Most notably, there are different tiers of cape, with the best cape coming in at a sub 6-minute kill. In the pre-2020 power group era of Runescape, this boss fight wasn't too difficult, but getting that sub 6 time was a sign of a good PVMer. It was difficult to do, and you had to have multiple attempts at it. But now in the 2020 era, you can kind of just stroll in and get it right away. I ended up using Moderate Aura instead of Reckless, as I was worried about taking too much damage, as one of the unique parts of the fight is that if you decide to turn Soul Split on, then Nomad will heal himself 10,000 HP every tick. It's funny because I accidentally turned on Soul Split multiple times when using certain abilities, just as a habit. Like every time I rapid fire, I always turn on Soul Split and flick it with Protection Prayer. With not having access to Soul Split to heal, Onyx Bolts became a very valuable tool to keep HP up without needing to eat, allowing me to use a Ripper Demon. Beyond that, he's poisonable, so get those Cinderbanes and Weapon Poison going. Also, don't forget to Vuln like I did about half of the fight. If you're a competent PVMer and you have the gear, you can mostly just jump in and react to what's going on, but there are 2 good things to know beforehand. On phase 2 and 3, he will say something along the lines of "you can't handle my wrath," and that is a 1-hit attack that is coming out, and you can block this with Resonance or Disruption Shield. On the final phase, he hits with rapid melee hits and has a chance of dropping your melee Protection Prayer. With those 2 things together, you can lead to taking a lot of damage at once, so if he does that, just put on a shield or defender and use it a defensive ability like Resonance or Reflect. We are going to start on the Sandy title, where we have to get a whole bunch of things associated with Menaphos done. Most notably is probably completing the Insects of the Desert, the Jewels of the Elid, and the Cats of Menaphos. There are, I believe, 16 of each of these. So that's 48 total items to collect. I've been AFKing fishing, and I already picked up 2 insects, so we can go ahead and discover them, and they get added to our Menaphos journal. You get them from various activities within the Ark, like, for example, this one you get while cutting Acacia trees, and the like. So they each have their own way to spawn them. But one of the requirements is Jack of all Menaphos, and I believe I've actually done this. So one of the requirements is do a bit of everything in Menaphos and claim the Cape of Palapa from Urluk. We're going to go ahead and do this, and you just need to go, like, chop a log, thief from a stall. Very easy to get done. And there we go. All we needed to do was mine a rock in the Workers District, as we had already done everything else. So we have that override, and we are finished one of the salty requirements. The other one is follow the Gold Brick Road, which was like a mystery thing when Menaphos first came out, but they've now kind of released it. And like 1,400 people, I think, did it before it was quote-unquote released. So we just need to enter these 4 codes in the sundial in the library. Seems like the alphabet goes this way, so like that's A, that's B. So T should be on the right side near the end. There we go, that's T. A. And L. Yeah, now that I understand that it's an alphabet, it's a lot easier to actually get done. And the very last letter. So we solved the mystery of the golden path and picked up the path. Now, the other non-insect cat and jewel one is Gotta Catch a Both, which requires you get the slimy egg and the corrupted egg. I already got the slimy egg while doing golden rocks, and the corrupted eggs spawn in Menaphos randomly, so I'm just going to hop through every world to see if I can find it once, and we'll see if I can pick it up. So the basic premise is that you go through each of the locations with your mini-map just ballooned out. So I'm going to take this out of its normal position. And then you look for a red dot. Yeah, so you just go to each one of these and then you hop around the world. So I'm going to start at world 1 and go all the way up to the top. And this is going to be the last world. We are through basically every single world so far. From bottom to top, I've gone to every single world. So what I'm going to do is I'm now hanging out in this Soul Obby FC. And over time, they do call the actual egg spawning every once in a while. But if I do see one, I'm going to immediately go to it and try to get it before the mad rush of the FC. And then every day, I'll do a world clear where I go through every single world. Yeah, just fishing away for the 2 gems that we can get from fishing in Menaphos. It is now the 20th of July, which means that this message in a bottle has now spawned and I can pick it up. And investigating this message gives me the last treasure map. There we go, we found the Castaway and we've unlocked the title Castaway, getting all the castaways of the Ark. And that is 5 stamps, so the last one is just these berries. And we've made a little bit of progress on the berries so far, as we're up to 4 berries done, and there's a couple more of these planted. Well, that was pretty lucky. We got the Wavecrest Opal and the Maw Coral like a minute away from each other. That's crazy. And I believe with both of the insects and both of the gems, we're actually done with all of the fishing insects or gems. So we're going to move on to, I guess, woodcutting now. And there we go, the Calcite Wanderer. That is all 3 insects from the Acadias. So we can now move on to mining these mineral deposits. One of many items to get from this mineral deposit. I'm just really AFKing this. And basically what I do is whenever the inventory gets full, I just hit 2, 3, 5, 6 and keep doing that. And if you use the action bar to drop things, so like if I right click drop here, I'm going to stop mining. But if I'm mining and I hit the 3 key to drop a sandstone block, it's going to keep mining without interrupting. So it's kind of just a big tip. It's just always use the action bar when available. Hell yeah, we got our egg. I'm going to give this guy a nice little tip here. 20 mil for calling that out. Unfortunately, he declined payment, so I couldn't give him a nice little tip, but we have the corrupted egg, which gives us the Ishihara pet, and we gotta catch them both, so that saved us a lot of time. Let's look at this pet. It's a pretty nice pet. I prefer getting around boss pets, but if you don't have a boss pet, this can be pretty good. It's kind of funny. I literally joined the FC at 1804, and they called the egg. Oh no, I joined the FC at 1803, and they called the egg like 40 seconds later. That's basically perfection. One thing that's been recently told to me is that I should start on the city quest right away because they are time locked, and I just can't get the gems at the end like I was planning on doing. So you talk to Rumors, to Urlach for rumors about city quest, and he'll give you a person to go to. And he's saying Olivia, and she can be found in the Port District. And the little icon on the mini-map tells you where to go. And we're delivering the 14 magic logs, and I think we've completed the quest. That is our first quest done. Unfortunately, we didn't get the gem, but we did get a Menophyte offering gift medium, which gave us 150 gold charms. So we're going to do a city quest about every hour we spend in Menaphos. We'll be able to do another one. Well, we still need the Krondite gem, but that's enough sandstone mining for now. I'm gonna do a little bit of an excursion to try to get all of the cats I can. There are some that spawn on each day, and then there's some that you can just go around and find. And most notably, each district has their own cat that automatically spawns in a locked room. And to get into these rooms, you need level 5 reputation. So for this one in the ports district, I need level 5 ports so we can go ahead and pet Oedipus. And let's go find the other ones. The merchant is in the northeast here. So we can pet Casanova. There is also a cat within the soul altar. I don't know how many times I accidentally clicked on that when I was going through 200 mil rune crafting, but I never had the Menethos journal, so it never counted. So there is one cat to go, and basically what it does is it walks along a path through here up to Shanty Pass, and then back around down to the bandit camp and the Bedeman camp, and then back to here. So what we're gonna do is go along this route, and eventually we will run into the cat. Feel statistically it's best to go against their route because you'll run into it. So I'm gonna go through this way. And there it is. We found it like very quickly. Yeah, we discovered a new cat. So all the other cats we have left are either requires a spawn on a certain day, or we need to do a specific activity, which we haven't started yet. But let's go do that city quest. There we go, city quest number 2 done, and we got Hayun, which is one of the 2 gems we need. And let's open this offering to see what we get. We get a chocolate bar, a ruby necklace, and 22 green charms. As for the jewels, there also is a little bit of daily scape here. This door only opens on specific days, and today's the 21st, which is one of the days that the Scarabite crystal is open. But I'm going to do some active playing now and go through and try to get as many gems and insects as we can. We're making good progress through here. And to get a gem, all we need to do is find this Riddler crab, which is on a specific random world. He was here the first time I came, and you just tell him it's a crab, and he gives us the gem. Can they all be this easy? And then one of the other NPCs that spawn here on a different world gives you another gem for 1 spice, and I have a lot of spice from all the ports I've been doing, so that was a quick gain of the Amanishi Miststone. That worked out absolutely perfectly. Had to skip my current task, but I got a Corrupted Creatures task. And we need this task because we need to be able to go in the Sophanum Slayer dungeon and find the spawn of one of the gems. And there it is, I see it in the distance. The Hettite stone, which is implanted into the rock, and we get another gem. And I should have looked at all the gems before leaving here, because there actually is another gem we need to get, and it requires 5 bamboo, and then we get a tuilet. Pyramid Plunder in Sophanum is one of the active methods that we need to get done, as it's nowhere near AFK. We need to get both a cat and a gem to complete this section. The cat has a chance of spawning when opening up a sarcophagi, and the gem is a possible reward from an urn. As I'm 200 mil thieving and there is no information on the level of the urn affecting the chance of getting the gem, I'm just going to start at room 1 and get as deep as I can, looting all the urns along the way. That way I don't waste time getting to the later rooms for more experience that doesn't matter. Oh my god, yes, we got Jennifer. It's been about 2 hours of Pyramid Plunder, and that means I no longer need to search the sarcophagus, so I can probably get 3 complete rooms each run now. I need to just get the Menethyrite from the actual urns. So that's going to be enough Pyramid Plunder for now. We did about 2 hours of it and we picked up the cat. I'll probably come back later to try to get the Menethyrite, but This isn't really conducive to doing anything like watching, so I have a couple shows I want to watch, and I want to find something I can do a little bit better with that. And the more chill activity is the Gullible Tourist. As you can probably hear my clicking going, it's actually not that AFK. But basically what I'm going to do is thieve from this tourist as much as possible just by spam clicking in the same square. We need to pick up 2 insects and 1 gem from him. So it's going to be quite a while, maybe a couple hours of just spam clicking here. But if I ever get tired of clicking, I can swap over to the keyboard and just start hitting 5. As I have mouse keys turned on, and this is really simple. I just need to make sure that I don't accidentally get those implings. It's been about an hour of the Gullible Tourist so far, and we did pick up the 2 insects, but we haven't been lucky on the gem. That seems to be a theme across all of the things we've done so far, that the gems take considerably longer than the insects. But we're now halfway into completing all of us. Yeah, we have 6 and 3, so we have 9 of the 16. Gems-wise, we have 10 of the 16, and cat-wise, we have 10 of the 16 again. So we're over halfway on all 3 of them. Hey yo, wake a night. When did I get that? No, there was no message for it, which is very weird. So I thought all these gems had a message, but anyway, that is Wake a Night done, so we are done with the Gullible Tourist. We got all 3 items we need. I got a little paranoid here, and put Brazers down in Menethos, because I was worried that you actually couldn't get them in the max guild, even though a J1 confirmed it. So I came here in like 30 minutes later. We got the Fruit Fly and Amber, so we just need to get 1 more here. I started with 5,000 Acadia logs, and we're down to 3,800 now. So that's about 1,200 logs. So about an hour. This was like perfectly timed. As I'm about to run out of Braziers, there's 7 minutes left on here. We get the Menophyte Honeybee, which means we are done with Acadia logs. So that was 3,420 to get both of the insects. I think I'm going to go back to mining now, at least for the rest of today's workday. Holy crap, I didn't even notice this, but we got the Metaphyrite. It must have gone to my bank. No, I wonder how long ago I got that. I was at Pyramid Plunder for about 2 hours. But now that we have that gem done, we are done with any sort of Pyramid Plunder gaming. So next up is hunting these little plover birds over here. Oh, fuck. I'm so dumb. I thought because these were birds that, we had to use bird snares, but you don't actually use bird snares. So what you do is you chop down this tree, then you set the trap. And then the plover bird will go inside it. That's embarrassing. Well, that was quick. 1 insect down. I want to feel like I'm... Well, I reset this late. I'm about 10 minutes in. That's probably a better way of describing it. So 10 minutes at 110k XP per hour. About 30 to 35 catches so far, and we already have 1 of the 2 insects. Okay, we got the Pygmy Scarab. That is both of the insects from plover birds. I gained about 150,000 experience, and he gained 600 per. So that puts us at about 250 caught, which I'm going to say is a good number. It was just under 2 hours, maybe hour and a half, hour 40 minutes in that sort of spectrum. Hell freaking yes. We got the Iocrace, which is the 2nd City Quest gem, and I am so happy to be done with City Quests. City Quests are terrible content. They're kind of... I don't know why they're a thing. It's a lot of running around, getting random items from the GE, and then killing random mobs around here that have really bad spawn rates. It took a total of 7 City Quests, so I consider that to be pretty lucky. There is rune score for each amount of these, up to a total of 200 City Quests. So if you're going for max rune score, which I am not, and you're going to be looking at that, but I'm happy to just stay with my 7 city quests. It's time to go for a couple of the, I guess, most annoying items to get. I've heard horror stories from people, and that is Corundum, the gem, and then the cat is best to pet. So what we're gonna do is there is a 1 in 750 chance every time we smash a pot or cleanse corruption that we'll get this gem. So we're really hoping that we can get this pretty early. This will be a good one to go try on. But basically what we're going to do, we're going to go around, we're going to mine this crystalline corruption and smash all the urns. This is like almost the the mother load of chances. Like every time we click on one of these, we get a 1 in 750 roll at the gem. And there is Bestopet. So we don't care about knocking down urns anymore. The cats seem to be a lot easier to find, and we really only care about mining this crystalline corruption now. No freaking way. It's been literally like, okay, I'm gonna look at my clip. It's been 15 minutes since I got into Shifting Tombs for the first time, and I already got the cat and the gem. Holy crap, that was lucky. We maybe went like 15% of drop rate, maybe 20%, but I will take it. Holy crap, we're actually pretty close to Sandy now. Like, quite literally, I bought 400 of these tablets, and that was my 5th run. Maybe no, it was my 4th run, because I used 1 tablet to get here the first time. So, what do we do now? And this is going to be my life for the next little bit. All I need to do is just steal from this lamp stall. Eventually, we're going to get the fly dragon in amber. I've gotten really good RNG today, so I'm hoping I can finish this off by the end of the night. And the lamp stall is done. Again, this one took... We can see I found the coronium cluster 14 minutes ago. So the lamp stall is done. We are pretty much done insects, I believe. We just need the last 2, which are from luminous energies. And for divination, I'm going to go ahead and put on divine conversion. Just so I can maximize the amount of time I'm spending gathering memories, because you gain the insects while you're actually gathering the memories and not while dumping them into the rift here. And I was just starting to think that my RNG was running out, but we have a fly dragon. So we just need 1 more insect from Luminous, and then we're done with all the insects. And the final fly. I think when I click on this, we're going to get the actual pop-up notification. Yeah, all abuzz recovered the Grand Library's collection of valuable and unique insects. So we're done all of them. And we got this diamond honeycomb. And I believe we can give it to a leader for reputation, but we already have max reputation in all the factions. As I mentioned earlier with the Salty title, we need to get all the Sea Singer scrolls, at least for the 3 main items, and we just picked up another scroll, and we're at 5 total now. Okay, I thought we were at 5 before. So we need to finish off the Sea Singer's robe top, and then we need to get another 4 for the Sea Singer's robe bottom. The last one, the Wand and Orb, the darts, and the Tetsu swords are not required to buy the item. So we're just missing these 7 scrolls. And at the same time, we finally have our 5,000 terracotta, so we can purchase this Blackwater Hoe, which will really improve the stats on any sort of seafaring mission, even if it requires like morale or combat. That'll be really good. Jagex just knows when I'm about to give up. I just went and looked up on Runemetrics to see how much XP I had gained in mining over the past week or so, and I gained about 600k just doing this mineral deposit, but this is going to be basically the Sandy title. We check our gem. Don't get it just yet, but we need to get the Abmakin Emthys, which spawns on July 26th, so that's not till Sunday night. It's currently Thursday afternoon. Nodgemet spawns on Fridays, Blanchy spawns on Saturdays, and Hedefreeze spawns on Sunday. So I basically get 1 item over the next 4 resets, and then we will have the Sandy title. It did help a lot that I already had all the reputations done just from how many Magister kills and stuff I had done in Menaphos so far. So we only really needed to do a couple things in Menaphos and then get the 48 items for collections. So yeah, I guess I'll catch you back when I get to claim the final gem. And just a little funny tidbit I wanted to go and talk about. I did my entry clip basically exactly 72 hours ago for Sandy. So I got all 48 of those items within 72 hours, and that includes sleeping and working. So I think I wasted a lot of good RNG that I would have rather had for Elder God Warriors Dungeon on this baby. But it's a title that's done. So this is going to be the final region unlocked, I believe. Here we go. Now we unlock the shield region once I exited out of the menu. And that gives us the final region in ports where we have the shield. You can see we can start collecting Azure. I'm going to stick around in the loop for a little bit as we try to finish off some things like getting our crew all leveled up and getting all the upgrades that we need before moving on to the final region. And the achievement didn't pop up because we were in the interface, but we finished Eastern Explorer for getting the final region in port, so we're down to 14 requirements to go. It is now the 26th of July, and for some odd reason, they decided to make it so that only on certain days is the door actually openable, and the 26th happens to be one of those days. It's on a bit of a rotation, and that lines up perfectly for us to pick up this crystal and get the Sandy title. So let's do it. But rock and roll is done, and we have earned enough to complete the Sandy title. Hell yeah. Okay, so to actually get the broadcast, you have to talk to Urluk after doing all of this. Even though we have the achievement done. So we just come here, we talk to Urluk. There it is. Once we talk to him, say, what should I aim for? We get the broadcast, and we have unlocked the Sandy title. Now that took me, apart from the time lock crap, that took me 3 days to get. So another 3 or 4 days on top of that to get all the time lock stuff, because everything rotates showing up like once a week. So full 7 days once we take all that into consideration. But looking at our trim requirements left, and a lot of it is pretty time locked. Salty, we're just waiting for berries to be done and all the ports missions. Statues, we have another 17 weeks. Gold statues, we're kind of doing with those statues. Ports, we're again waiting for that. Ranch out of time. Breeding log. Basically what I'm trying to say here is that there's not as much active shit to do anymore, so I have to start doing kind of like one requirement at a time. But yeah, this was the Sandy title. Perfect timing because the new boss comes out in the morning and I don't want to deal with doing any trim stuff. One requirement that I have been working on, or that I want to start working on, is the Calgarian Demon commendations. Basically, you need to kill a lot of these Calgarian demons. Let's see how many I have right now, just for video purposes. I've already killed 712, and I believe I have one of the commendations. Yeah, I still need Rift Splitter, Pummeler, Thunderous, and Warmonger, and it's a 1 in 512 drop. But these Calgarian demons are very special when used in a player-owned Slayer dungeon. And I'll show it off right here. But when they go to use their special attack, they don't actually hit you. They do no damage. I think it just requires the scenery. So we can just go ahead and kill these demons. 2 in here should be enough. I basically just have on my best in slot melee gear. You see they just did their special attack and I took absolutely no damage. But I have an augmented Masterwork plate body on instead of Trim Masterwork, and that's because I have Biting 2 Demon Slayer instead of just Biting 4, so that way I get 7% bonus damage. And I can also, every once in a while, oh, I don't have the Demon Slayer Sigil, but there is a Demon Slayer Sigil that you can activate for 10% damage, but we won't be needing that. And weapons-wise, we have Darklight because they give a lot of bonus damage against demons, better than using a regular T92. And then the offhand Khopesh really helps up our damage because all the extra damage it gains there is multiplied by the effect of the Darklight. I got an offhand Demon Slayer crossbow. This is worth probably jack shit. Yeah, it's worth 59k, but I think it's kind of rare. Okay, that's 1 in 700. I think it counts for the Slayer collection log, though. It would be the Dungeoneering one, so Daemonheim. Yeah, offhand Demon Slayer crossbow is obtained. And another item on the Slayer table, but I think these ones are actually good because they're used in a Master Clue step. Yeah, 2.9 mil. They're like the only one of these like rare item from Calgarians that are actually worth something because you require a Master Step. I think it's the one in Menaphos Library. I just remember doing a lot of Masters on release and needing this and paying like 8 mil for them. And today is the very last day of berries. Once I forage this rumberry bush, I will end up with a rosaberry seed and we will have every seed in the bank. There we go, rosaberry seed, and we can also pick this stoneberry bush as that will knock it off from the collection log. Well, now let's actually look at the berries of the ARC page. You can see rosaberry, swiftberry, mellowberry, jitterberry, and so on all haven't been checked off yet, and that's because it only checks it off when you harvest it, not when you discover the seed. So I'm going to go through this list until we're completely done. So let's start with Rosa and Squiff. Seeing as we have 9 more berries, it's going to be 5 more cycles, so another 2 weeks. It's been quite a while since I checked in on the Arc Journal, and we're now at the point where we're about to pick the last berry. This Mooseberry seed will get us all the berries done, and that should be everything in the Arc Journal complete, and the only thing left we'll need is the ports-related items. So when we pick this, we should get the Voyager title, complete the Arc Journal, and I think if we talk to someone here, we also get a reward. And if you talk to Annie over here, you get a reward by getting all 16 berries, and we get the 50,000 farming lamp, and now we get 10% extra berries and experience if we are to grow more bushes in the future, but I don't think I'm going to do it. I've just been selling the actual berries here for 2 chimes each, just to give me a little bit extra chimes. I'm now up to 10k chimes, and I just destroy the extra seeds because we don't need them anymore. And if we look at Salty now, the only thing left we need to get done is unlocking Waiko 2, and if we scroll to that achievement here, we just need to buy the Sobacho Contract Guru, which we need to get the clue missions from ports, and the Sea Singer's Acolyte outfit, which we need to get the final Sea Singer scrolls. So when that's done, we'll have Salty, which is one of the, I think, bigger requirements for Trim. Especially of the ones we have left. Just working on everything else slowly. Lol, we got another Onyx from Calgarian Demons. Can you just give me a title? The collection log grows. We got a Demon Slayer crossbow. I have basically everything here now. I just need the torso, the circlet, and the adrenaline urn. And then, of course, I do need to get the 4 more commendations. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to get all the items long before I get the commendations. So, not too worried. But I'd like to get one soon. We're approaching 1,000 kills here. And we still only have the 1, which I had long before I started this Trim series. Yeah, we're at 985. So we're basically at 1,000 now. Hopefully we can get one by like 1,200. 1,200, I'll be happy. And another Demon Slayer item, this time Demon Slayer gloves. Okay, this is kind of stupid. I was like, you know what? I got a Demon Slayer crossbow. I'm not going to record it. I just got one. And now, a minute later, I got another one. So you guys get the clip now. We now have 4 Demon Slayer drops this trip. So just checked ports this morning, and unfortunately we failed the clue mission, but I re-rolled the adventurers and we picked up a trio mission, and this one's relatively easy because it's only 30,000 morale, so it's one type. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my max crew in here, because I don't need this terracotta merchant, because there's no actual bonuses to get from here. And I think that's everything maxed out on morale that we could. If we did have the Blade Water rigging, we'd get even closer. But we can go ahead and add 3 ration packs, and that should get us extremely close to 100%. Yeah, we're 99%. We're literally 150 morale off getting 100%. If this fails, it's going to be a bad day. So I was away, and I had to do ports on mobile, so unfortunately I didn't see the trio mission be successful and was able to record it. But here we have 8 for our story mission, so we just need to get the final mission, and then we'll have all the port adventures done. We'll all have 9 for their story completed, but to unlock that mission we need to get to 6 million total distance, so that'll be about a month or so of doing ports every day and getting our 40 to 50k distance that we get. In terms of ports, what do we still need? If we look at our scrolls, we need to finish off the Sea Singer's Robe Bottom to get to 3. And that allows us to buy the override from the shop on Waika, which is part of Salty. We also, on here, need to get the Tengu clue mission all the way up to 3. And then once we get it to 3, we need to get multiple gifts of goo, which is like a mission he then gives us. And when we do that, we'll be able to unlock the final item for Salty. So we still got quite a ways to go in ports, but we're getting close to the end. And look, there it is. We got another scroll. I think this was like a 60% one. So we only need 2 more Sea Singer scrolls. But we're just building up our crew and our ship in the final region. I basically gotten all the crew I want, as I have like 3, a full morale ship, a full seafaring, a full combat one, and then kind of a mixed one. So I'm going to start working on ship upgrades instead with my Azure. Let's talk about Fish Flingers. Fish Flingers is one of the requirements that takes quite a while for Trim. You need to unlock the Master Tackle box, which takes a total of 3,500-ish fish tokens and 500 medals. So you can see by my currency here, I've already done quite a little bit of it. And now that I fully understand the game, I'm just going to commentate over doing one. So right away, you get your hint pretty early, and you can type it in the Fish Flinger FC. Everyone kind of comes together to get all their hints out. So my hint is pike, lake, and smallmouth, so slip. And the first thing we're going to do is, if you've noticed on the left, there's this cool little interface, and it's going to help us play this minigame. So we take all of the, from the ratings, all the locations. So we know the herring is at the beach, the cod is at the lake, the bass is at the docks, the trout is also at the docks, the pike is at the lake, and then the salmon is at the river. Now you can just start going through the hints that they're giving. So this person said trout double. So we know that that's double. Bass, docks, 1, 2. Know that. Large pike, lake pike, shrimp. We can put that in here. Cod is bone or wood. So they just know it's not a metal one. And then herring is locust is the other one. And more will filter in as we get to the end of it. And you can see like these hints can be very useful because we have 2 bone wood hints already, so that now we know that like bass, pike, and salmon are definitely going to be the other metal ones. And the busier the game is, generally the better it is for you. That's why everyone congregates on the same world, and I try to do these games relatively close to reset, so that people are busy, because you get 2 free tickets a day. Now, what this little interface is going to do is it's going to actually not play the game for us, but kind of play the game for us. So right now it's saying Dock Standard 2 with Crayfish is what we're going to start with. And then depending on the result we get with that, it's going to tell us what the right combination is with time. And we'll see that in action. And I'll get into exactly what the goals of the game are while we're actually playing it. So right away, we know 2 standard crayfish. We just start fishing away, and we'll maybe be right here. And it turns out it's actually a distance of 1. So now we know that, and now we know this one's double. We don't know the distance, so the game's just going to tell us to go through all the different distances until it figures out each one. It's like a logic puzzle as to which one is which, so eventually it figures out exactly what is the best. And then once you discover the lure and get a 100% fish up here, you just move on to the next location. So here we're at the lake, we're going to do bone or wood, and we don't know any other information, so we just got to kind of go through all the options until we get the right answer. Over the course of playing the game, you're going to get these big fishes, and you really want to get them just because it's part of your score at the end. You need to get 3 big fishes, and then you get a medal. And if you get 6 assists, you also get a medal. Beyond that, the total fish you catch determines the rest of your score. So we know this one, because we were slow, that it's going to be bone 5 and locust, just because the person was already there and they were able to get it and call it out in the FC. So when you see other people's big fishes in the ground, they're either going to type BF, BF1, BF2, BF3, or they're just not going to say anything. And you click on it, and then when it fully goes off, you get an assist. And you need to get 6 assists per game to maximize your points. And that's another motivation for having a lot of people around. It's really helpful to get your assists up. Now, what I'm doing here is a thing called quick casting. Basically, as soon as you see your rod move a little bit, you click cast again, and then you fish at a much quicker rate than everyone else. You can see the other people fishing right beside me. They're catching fish at a much, much slower rate than I. And the more fish you catch, the more tokens you get. So this is good in the long run. The only downside to this is you can potentially accidentally overwrite your big fish by casting again. So you just have to pay attention to your chat to see that you have hooked a big fish. And when you do, you just make sure you don't click. Once you get 6 assists, you can help other people just to help them out. But it's not necessarily needed to help your points. And it's a bit of a game theory, because if no one assists, then the game can't really continue, because you need people to assist to get their 3 big fishes, but you also don't need to assist if there's enough other people assisting. It's a prisoner's dilemma. That's what the logic puzzle is called. The only other thing to pay attention to is try to avoid death dotting on each other, so standing on top of the same square, because if you do that, you're just going to end up ruining your big fish chance, as it'll pick a random person in the pile to spawn the big fish on instead of the individual person. And then the last thing to know is there's a bar up here at the screen which determines how many percentage of the fish have been caught. And once it gets to 100%, you want to move on to the next area. And most people come back to the river here, so you just have to reset your lures. So we know that river is large for maggot, so I went ahead and set that on the interface. And now I'm catching 100% fish again. And then once I get the 3rd big fish, I like to come over back up to the lake, just so you're kind of away from people, and you can kind of just focus on quick casting without everyone being around. So I just kind of zoom in, and then, because I know I don't need any more big fish, because I have my 3, I just go ahead and every time I see the rod move, I just click. And I do this until the game is over. And you can catch about 16 fish per minute if you're quick casting perfectly. So I should end up here with like just over 100 fish. And then the game ends and the top 5 players go on the podium. We got exactly 100 fish. Tokens wise, you get, for every 4 fish, you get 1 token. So I got 25 from that. So here I found 6 perfect tackles. That gets me 3 more tokens. And then the big fish caught, that's 3 more tokens. So that got me up to 31. And then the 6 assists got me 3 more tokens, which got me up to 34. And medals-wise, you get medals for 1 medal for finding half the tackles, 1 medal for finding all the tackles, 1 medal for 3 big fish, and 1 medal for 6 assists. And it's really good, at least for me when I'm quick casting, to get all 4 medals, because I'm limited on medals. Like, I'm going to get to 500 medals after I get the final amount of tokens. Now, you can either wait here for the next game, which takes about 10 minutes, or you can go do something else. Like, if you still have to do fletching, I would just bring, like, broad arrows and fletch here while you're waiting. Because it can be annoying to come back and leave and come back and leave. So here is one of the items I was kind of going for while I was doing this grind, the adrenaline urn. What it does is it basically stores adrenaline, and then instead of having to stall in between kills, it just drains itself. So whenever you get to 100%, or for me, I guess 110%, because I have the Heightened Senses relic on, every time I use a basic ability, it's going to store how much adrenaline I would have gained. So you can see right now, it's up to 54%, and then if I leave combat and don't have Persistent Rage active, it then drains itself, but it's not much use for me because I'm probably going to stick with the Persistent Rage relic, but it's still a really nice thing to have, and it knocks it off on the collection log for Daemonheim. And we're actually pretty close to finishing the Calgarian Demons collection log, Demon Slayer Circlet, and Demon Slayer Torso to go. And kill count wise, we are up to almost 2,000, yes, 1787, and we still only have the one commendation. So this is not looking good. Maybe 5,000 kills total. Now that I own a Staff of Armadyl, I thought I'd try out a mage setup just so I get to stare at the Staff of Armadyl in action as much as possible. The only downside I've found so far is that Maniacal might be needed in order to maintain our accuracy high enough. I'm not sure. I'm trying out 1 hour with Maniacal and then 1 hour with Penance to see. But so far, the HP maintenance is a lot smoother. I just need to make sure that my prayer never dies. Yes, we got our Arcane Apo. Pterosaur is done. We finally picked up the shiny. It's been like, I'm gonna say almost a month getting this. Yeah, almost a month. So I think we only have 3 animals left to get. Let's just go. So we finished the Arcane Apopterosaurs. We have the Spicades. I think I finished off the Oculis, and then we have the Stimatops. Go. So 8 more dinosaurs, and then we're done with both breeding logs. Complain and ye shall receive. That is our second title. I took a screenshot and complained when I got to like 2481, and we are now at 2491. So that was 11 kills later. Now we can read this and unlock the second title. We now have the Rift Splitter, and normally you need to go kill the actual demon in Daemonheim to unlock the title, but we already have that done. And it remembers if you've killed it in the past. And there is the Demon Slayer Torso, which means we just need the Circlet to be done with Calgarian Demons. Collection log-wise, there is commendation number 3. 2 more to go. We have the title, the Pummeler, and our current KC is... No, that's the commendations. How many Calgarian Demons have we killed? 3268. And I didn't even realize this, but we very quickly got these final 3 scrolls. And we can now purchase the Sea Singer upgrade from the Ark. And we can purchase it right here for our 5k chimes and our 2 Taijutsu. Now, the only item we have left is this Sobocho Contract Guru. And if we look at our Slayer collection log now and we go to Daemonheim, we have all of the Calgarian drops done from the Adrenaline Urn all the way up to the Calgarian Battle Commendation. And there we go, that is number 4 on the commendations, and we've picked up the Thunderous title. Hell yeah, we are done with Calgarian Demons. That took way too long. That is KC 5333, but I killed an extra one, so 5332 Calgarians to finish us off. Let's go ahead and read the last commendation, and we get the Warmonger title, and we finished the trim requirement Calgarian Commander, which is unlocking all of the Calgarian Battle Commendation titles. And our collection log was pretty big here. Like, we got the Adrenaline Urn really early. We got 2 Circlets, 5 Torsos, 7 Skirts, 8 Boots, 6 Gloves, 8 main hand crossbows, and 2 offhand crossbows. Just today, on Monday, they released the Seniston mini site. new archaeology mini dig site, kind of like not as big as Orphan or all the other ones, but it still has some content associated with it. So we are going to go through and complete all the trim requirements that are required for it. So what do we actually need to do? We need to complete all the new collections. We need to complete all the research and complete all the mysteries. So the collections here are, there's 8 of them, I believe. Yeah, 8 of them. 3 from Volusia and 5 from Eblis, which I believe is the collection person for Seniston. But let's get digging. I went ahead and made 500 Sign of the Porter 6s. So that's 25,000 charges, I think, if my math is correct. And hopefully that's enough to get us through here. The last thing I'm going to do is for relic powers for archaeology. I'm going to swap over to Flow State, which is 200 relic power. And what it does is increase your excavating precision. So the amount of artifacts you gain per hour at the cost of losing out on soil. But I don't worry about soil because I can just buy more materials. So what's going to slow us down the most, I believe, is going to be these mysteries and getting the pages. We have to pick up all these stuff, and I'm going to start at the lowest level place and get everything I need from there. The first of many locations, let's see what is at this location. It's the level 62 spot. So we'll see what we get from here. I also have these high-spec monocles, which temporarily increase our base precision by 20% when excavating. So we are now done with the artifact from here, as we have 3 smoke urns, 2 Hand of the Ancients, and 2 Infulla ropes, and that's what we needed exactly, but we're still down a page. We need to get a 3rd page here, and then we'll be able to leave this site. And very quickly, we got our 3rd page here, which we can get away from, and now we can move on to the next location. So this is the Ministry remains, and we got Inquisitor Memoirs page 1, and we need to get one other page from here, the page 8. And we also need to get, again, the same two of each artifact, and then 3 of the one that is the urn. So we have all the artifacts we need from the 2nd location. Same sort of pattern, 3 of the urns and 2 of the tablets and 2 of the other things. But we're still missing 1 of the 2 pages we get here, so I'm just gonna keep on AFKing. Whoops, I never recorded actually finding all of the special research, but there are a total of 4 that we found already. The 5th one's locked by a mystery, so we haven't done it yet. But they each take about 40 minutes to do with base time, but we can knock that down to 23 minutes with our really good researchers. So we're gonna go ahead and do all of these just so we're not time locked at the end of this. The first research, complete the pattern, solve the puzzle, is done. So we'll go ahead and grab it here. Just view the report. I think we get we get the message in the box, and now we can send out another one. And we'll just send out this one. It'll take another 23 minutes. We now have 400 ancient glass shards, and just to avoid getting more and the fact that our Grace of the Elves just ran out, so we can go ahead and bank again, I'm going to go ahead and start repairing these stained glass windows. I guess they're still invisible, but once you repair all 4 of them, you get access to certain things that you need for trim here. And the rest of them are just throughout the cathedral, so we get the Nobility of Blood done, the blood-stained glass window ice here, and then the final one is over there. And that is achievement complete, Pain in the Glass. Always with the puns, Jagex. And getting that achievement done is one of the trim requirements. And now we should not get any more ancient glass shards, as they are useless. Honestly, I'm giving up on this location for now, and we're gonna come back later. I'm gonna go check the bank to see exactly how many of these artifacts we have. I feel like it's like close to 60. Yeah, we have 31. We have 54 artifacts from a location. We don't have the final page. So page-wise, we're gonna just move on to the next level one, and we'll come back to that one at the end. You know, spice up the RNG a little. This is the Marketplace Debris, which has 3 artifacts where we need 2 of each, except for the urn, which we need a 3rd one, and then 3 total pages that we can get out of here. This is not ideal. We have like 120 artifacts from the first 3 locations, and we're still missing 2 pages. And we went ahead and breeded ourselves a Spaghetti Purpura, And that gives us 2 more animals to get from the farm. Okay, this is our 142nd artifact, and we still don't have the bloodstained note from the marketplace debris. So I'm gonna go ahead and give up for now, like I did at the other location, and come over to this gladiator remains, and then we'll come back later. There's only 1 page to get from the gladiator remains, I believe. I feel like they didn't describe it well, but you need to get this scrolled note first, because I got this scrolled note after 1 artifact. Not even an art. I've not even done a single artifact, and I've got the scrolled note. I feel like you need to get the scrolled note before the bloodstained note, and it really didn't say it. And after a couple fixate charges used up, we finished this dig site basically perfectly. We got 3 blood and 2 of each of these. I have a theory where you needed to get that page from the gladiator before actually coming back and getting the page here, so I'm hoping I'll be able to turn around this page relatively quickly, and then we can finish the empty children mystery, which unlocks the final dig site that we haven't gone to yet. And we get the page very quickly after, so I do think you need to go in order, which is unfortunate because the mystery doesn't really say it, and previous mysteries doesn't have to do that, so I think that's a bit of a faux pas by Jagex, if that's true. Okay, so we can go ahead and finish the empty children mystery. What we do is we teleport to the Seneston dig site, and now we need to find the scaffolding in the southwest corner of Seneston and select the squeeze through the scaffolding right here. And then we investigate the investigator's notes, and we've solved the empty children mystery. So we're going to go ahead and go for the Inquisitor remains now, where we need to get the page for the Night Theater, Critics Review, Article 3, and then a couple from here, page 3 and 4. So first trip done, and we got 2 pages. We just need 1 more from this location. Let's go fill up our Grace of the Elves. And with 2 Grace of the Elves, it's really easy. I can just go charge all porters with 10 porter 7s, charge all porters with 10 porter 7s, and then I'm ready to go arcing again. It's nice because there's 1,000 materials every trip. So I just lost my auto sifter. I died because one of the Nodon Dragon came over while I was AFKing and killed me. So I don't have my auto sifter or my high spec monocles anymore. Now, luckily, I have all of the components. The only thing I'm missing are the tensile parts here. So I'm going to have to go ahead and disassemble magic shield bows until I get all the tensile parts. On average, it's about 2.6 per magic shield bow. So within a couple hundred, we'll have the 500 we need. And like 5 minutes later, we have the magic shield bows disassembled, and we have our 500 tensile parts. I'm just going to leave these in the bank for when I eventually die to the Nodon Dragonkin again. Skilling support, where is it? Auto screener V1.08. And just to confirm, it's always lost on death. Well, at least Jagex paid me back by giving me the Inquisitor's Memoirs very quickly. I believe now that we have the first 4 pages of the mystery, let's find it here. Now that we have the first 4 pages, we can go ahead and do most of the mystery, which allows us to unlock pages 5, and I think 9 as well, which allows us to get the remaining Citizens Remain ones and the Ministry Remains. But we're done at the Inquisitor's spot. Now I want to grab 1 of each of the urns. Shadow, smoke, blood, 1 for each of the elements, and restore them, because we need them for the actual mystery. Yeah, so we have 1 of each of these made, and now we need to go place these urns in different locations. Look, whoa, it consumed all of them. Oh, you only need to activate any of the statue. Okay, so you only needed to go to 1 of the statues, so I can just go to this statue. Now I need to go back to Jimmy for the next step. And we have to go back to the Inquisitor remains that we were at before. So I'm going to do a cheeky method by going through the Carapac portal, as it's faster than walking through Seneston. And we climb up the stairs in here, and we have to do a little puzzle here where the pages tells us the puzzle. But because we're not on day of release, we can just do this. So it's B, E, Makes this weird smiley face. And we get the page 5. Now we can go back to Jimmy one more time. And we should be able to study the scaffolding now. Right here, and it's going to give us a research mission. And once we complete this, we will be able to get through here and get down to the citizen's remains. And it's been 23 minutes, so crossing the bridge is done. I went ahead and claimed this research, so we've completed all the research in Seniston. Now, once we go back to Seniston, we should be able to get to the citizen debris, as we can squeeze through the scaffolding here. And it puts us out here. I think it's... No, it puts us out here. They just didn't have an animation for squeezing through, so they just made the screen go black. But yeah, so we're going to uncover this ancient gravel here, and we get... we need 3 pages from here. We need Critics Review 5, Secrets of the Inquisition 6 and 7. There is the Inquisitor Memoirs number 6 and 7 achieved. Well, that was quick. A Critics Review number 5 is obtained, so we can just go ahead and talk to Jimmy here at the site, and we can pick up our mystery right away and then go over to the Ministry Debris for one final page until we're done. But Night Theater Mystery is complete. Hell yes, we got the final page. I think we're done with everything trim related to Temple of Seniston. Right as Derp Derp gets it. So what do we need to do? We need to finish off this mystery by getting page number 9. We go to the Northwest statue. And we have to reply with Vindicati Vincid, and then we go to the Southeast statue, activate it again, and we do Odorant Dum Metuant. So once they pop up here, number 4, Odorant, we get to visit the secret chamber, and this is very weird, but we can talk to Aurelius, and he will give us page 9 and the Aurelius mask, which we can use to get into to get the new relic power, which honestly isn't that good. It's kind of just good for Dunge. But we are done with Seniston mysteries and research. And we can, once this animation is done, we can go ahead and see Shadow's Grace reduces the cooldown of Surge, Escape, Bladed Dive, and Barge by 50%, but these abilities no longer generate adrenaline. It is essentially just the mobile perk, but without having to wear any augmented gear. This really, for me, only has use in Dungeoneering, because otherwise you can either wear mobile on your gear, or you can have like an Excalibur equipped if you're skilling. Now we can go ahead and start making everything. We need basically 2 of every artifact now. Okay, so we have an inventory full of artifacts, and I believe one of the new collections is at Volusia here. Zerosian 5, 6, and 7. Oh, we need an inventory spot for the Chronos. So contribute Zerosian 5, contribute Zerosian 6, and we'll start on Zerosian 7, but I imagine I don't have everything. So I need to get the helmet, urn, chariot, and serpent's fall carving. And we can now finish off Zerosian 7. Now, if we look at the collections, there's 5 that Eblis gives us, and luckily we have the archaeology outfits. We can teleport to every single collector. So we go to Eblis. He's out here in the desert at the bandit camp Lodestone. We can start finishing off his collections. So this one, done. This one, done. Urns of the Empire, done. Entertaining the masses, done. And the last one is Imperial Sorcery, which requires some items that we don't have yet, or some items from the old archaeology collections. So I need to go get an Insight Fear spell scroll, Sanguinate spell, Necromantic, Smoke Cloud, Ancient Mablix, and Animate Dead. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. And there we go. The animate dead spell scroll has been obtained, and we now have everything that we need archaeology artifact wise. We just need to go ahead and repair all of them except for this portable phylactery. We have all of the things made, and we're gonna go teleport again to Elbliss, turn in the final amount of collections, and then we should get the achievement done. Turn in Imperial Sorcery, and yeah, we got a Elder Trove Jas tier 2. Now, if we look at our trim achievements, I don't think it popped up there. But yeah, Collector's Assemble is gone, so we're basically cleared out all the trim requirements from this week. The only thing to pay attention to is to be a master, which is still there, and that requires a node on Slayer Soul, but I'm not going to do that till I get through this 103 task on Carapax, so that way I don't waste all these kills on the Slayer mob instead of the actual boss itself. But let's move on to some more trim stuff. Well, that's insanely crazy. We got the shiny long before we actually got the base Spicati Apoterasaur. So that is literally the only animal we have left for the breeding log. Alright, so it turns out that the breeding tick is in 4 minutes. What I'm going to try to do is try to double pull our eggs here to give us 2 chances on finishing the breeding log. So what we do is we basically have to teleport to the farm right when the breeding tick happens. So in 4 minutes, I'm going to click on this tree and I'm going to teleport there. As long as I do it within the correct minute, the game won't register that it has happened yet. And then when the minute ends, it's going to run the tick again. So I have to make sure I get to the farm on that minute. So we're just about at the right time. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And now we can teleport to the farm. Should have a breeding tick. Yeah. So our animals were able to breed. And you can see there's a lot of people teleporting in because I think they're all doing this breeding tick thing as well. And unfortunately, we didn't get the animal on that one, but we can come over here, and then by the end of the minute, there should be another egg that pops up here, or at least another roll of the breeding chance, because I don't think the Spicatis are 100%. Yeah, the Spicatis are 80%, and we have rabbits and the outfit, so it's probably like 90%. There we go. See, the second animal came up at the end of the minute. So unfortunately, we didn't get it on either of these. We got Tilia and a Purpura. We just got our 3rd clue voyage here. We just need to make sure that we get up to 100%. But before we do that, we're going to investigate these things called map tables. So essentially what they do is they tell you what location you are to travel to for the clue reward. And I believe this guarantees the fact that he's going to go to the right island. As you can see, both of them are saying light undersea is the correct place to go. So I can come up here, go to the clue focus on the Tengu, and he's going to go to one of these islands. And I already told him to go to light undersea, but I'm just showing it to you here. There's 3 options as he already failed the clue mission once. So light undersea is the correct one. And we can now send that mission, and it should be 100% success rate now. So we got up to 85% in Seafaring, but I'm just going to go ahead. I have so many of these Sea Singer bottles cried. Get that up to 100%, and we'll send the Tengu off. And that should be all 3 clue missions done. So this should be a 100% success rate because we sent it to the correct location. And we say the Tengu has faced his inner demons and emerged victorious. And if we look, the Tengu has a hidden mission. If we go to here, yeah, we have 3 on our clues for the Tengu, which means that if we get another clue mission for Tengu, we get their special mission, and we need to get 4 of those special missions in order to get the Mask of Goo, which we need for the Salty title. So we need the 4 more clue missions. and the one story mission, and then we're done with ports. But to get that story mission, we need to get up to 6 million distance, and each day we gain about like 30k distance. So we still got another month on that. Put in a pair of regular Spacatis in there, and they just released the rewards for the Glacier front, and I completely forgot that it's been a breeding tick. So we have about, I want to say like a 90% chance of completing the breeding log right now. And there we are done. We've completed all Spicati Apoterasaur breeds, and I Dino. We're done the breeding log. We're done both breeding logs. You can come in here. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna keep saying boom, 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 and boom. We are done. That is a trim wreck done, and now we have the old Mick title if we want to. But looking at trim, that is one major long-term requirement knocked out, and I'm very happy to have that done. Hell yeah. So we have our first Gift of Goo mission here. It takes 15,000 in all three, so it's going to take a little bit to get as close to 100% as possible. But one of the things we need to do is we need to actually donate to the Tengu a certain amount of chimes beforehand. And if we donate over 25k chimes, then we end up having a 100% success rate on getting one of the 4 items of the Goo outfit. It's also obtained in order, so we need to get all 4 for the Salty title. So, Clue Focus, I think we talk. Yeah, so we'll honor the Tengu charitable donations of chimes. So these is thousands of chimes. So you gotta be careful and don't put like 26k, because that would be 26 million chimes. So as long as you put 25 or higher, you get a 100% success rate. And then they'll say the chimes will be deducted when we send out the voyage. So let's focus on getting as good of a voyage as we can get. So I think 68% is the highest base we're going to get. I don't see a way to get more. We have our best captain with all our percentage bonuses. And then we have the best crew that we currently own also in there. So in order to boost up this voyage, we're going to add 3 of each of these effects. And that should help us out. I didn't need to have the 3rd one for the powder keg and ration pack, but we got 87%. So hopefully this is a success. We'll figure out tonight. Okay, our ports mission is over. The other ones aren't back yet, but I'm a little antsy, so I'm gonna go ahead and see if we got the Gift of Goo. Ha, we did, yes. Now we have 1 Gift of Goo. We can open this, and we got a Scrimshaw of Magic. Nice. And the Goo Hakama bottom. Ooh, we got our 2nd Gift of Goo mission. 94%. So, big luck. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I almost didn't donate chimes. That would have been bad. So how many thousand chimes? And we're gonna give 30,000 chimes. Now we're able to send out this mission. And did we get the Gift of Goo? I did. It was 94%, and we got the success, and we should be able to open the Gift of Goo. Got a Scrimshaw of the Elements and a Goo Wagi. Yeah, that's the 2nd one. So we have 2 more to go before we can complete the Salty requirement. So, Jagex just released a new update today. It is September 13th for context. And in this update, it basically got rid of the weekly, we'll call it time lock on the statues. If we look at our Demarok statue, 9 pairs and we have 1 in the bank. So I've done 19, so I had 11 weeks to go. But I can now do them at my own pace. The same thing you can do with the gold statues, which I need a little bit more of. So I'm going to focus on trying to do like 1 strange rock, and then 1 golden rock, and then 1 strange rock, and then 1 golden rock. because I can do them both at the same time, and then I'll have like 15 gold rocks left at the end. But trim requirement wise, I think I'm now time locked to the Fishslinger's requirements. How many Fishslinger tokens do I have? I have 1640 Fishslinger tokens, so I need like 2,000 more, which is like 50 games, and I need 300 medals, or I need 200 more medals, which is again another 50 games. So I think that's my major time lock, that and ports, which is about to hit 6 million distance, where I can get the final storyline mission and the final 2 gifts of goo. But yeah, so we're gonna start working on our statues here so we can get through all of them this video, hopefully. I went ahead and completed the remaining rocks for my golden rocks, so now I can kind of do them in tandem and leave when I have both the sets of the strange rocks and the golden rocks. Oh, I thought they changed it so you could add it directly from the bag, but I guess not. And the statue's done. We've now done 12 rocks. If we check the plinth, we've done 12, so we have to do 20 more. So we'll have like 9 extra gold things we'll have to do at the end, assuming we go strange rock, golden rock together. But let's start on this agility. And now that we got this last thieving rock, we have our full strange rocks done. Normally I would just go sit AFK for a week now and not worry about rocks, but we can keep going and do another one. But before we do that, I want to actually finish off this golden rock. So that way when I go to get my next construction strange rocks or my next crafting strange rocks, I can also get gold rocks, kind of like a 2 birds, 1 stone. So I did duplicate everything except for the agility rock and the herbler rock. So we'll go get that and then work through our combat rocks. This is going to be a pretty monumental moment, assuming I pass all these missions. Oh, this one failed. Will this one be a success? Are we going to get there? Ooh. I don't know if we'll actually hit the mark. Exactly 6 million distance. Maybe it just hard caps at 6 million distance. Because it would be very rare for me to actually get to 6 million distance. But this means that we now have the distance required to get the final story mission in the port. So when the Tengu, Memory, and Exile, or 2 of them show up for a day, the trio mission will now show up. So for example here, I got the Tengu and the Chef. And if this Chef was the Exile, then I would get the trio mission and be able to finish the port's trim requirement. But speaking of port's trim requirements, we have a gift of goo voyage here. We need to get another one after this one. This is our 3rd one. So when we get this one and another one, we'll have the salty title. So I am going to donate another 30,000 chimes for this gift of goo mask and get a good mission going. So after quite a tinkering around, maybe like 5 minutes, we were able to go ahead and get as good as we're gonna get. I think with all 3 of these, we're at 95% chance of success. So let's adventure on the high seas. And one thing worth mentioning with this is that I no longer need to actually send out these missions that aren't special voyages, because I don't care about the distance anymore. We've hit max distance, so these don't do anything except for get more azure. Took long enough, but we finally got up to 250 laps. We still don't have this agility golden rock that we're going for, but if we talk to the gnome trainer here, we should be able to claim the agile top. And this used to be a pretty important item as it has negative weight associated with it. As you can see, my total weight is -4. But agility in the kind of, or even run energy in the current meta really doesn't matter. The only time I've ever had run energy be a problem is familiarization, which like lowers your run energy on purpose. And then caches on like an early Ironman when you don't have high agility level, because you're running around for like 10 minutes straight. But we can just destroy these, and if we need to get them back for any reason, like fashion, we can just talk to the gnome trainer. Now, we don't need to actually do the advanced course anymore. We can just do whichever one is easier to click. Whew, that took way too long, but we're now done both statues. Well, we're done all the rocks that are both strange and gold. So now we need to go through and finish Div, Dunge, Magic, Melee, Prayer, Ranged, and Slayer. I will say it is very weird to be adding to this statue more than once in a week, but I will take it. It's just, it doesn't change the overall amount of time it takes to complete this. Like, it still took me 6 hours to finish the Strange Rocks and Gold Rocks, but now it means I can do it over my own pace, my own time, and I don't feel compelled to do it every single week. And there is our, I don't know, like 50th Fishlinger game, maybe our 60th, I'm not really sure. But at this point we have over 1710 medals, and with that number, we can actually buy the first 3 tackle boxes. So we'll purchase this one, purchase this one, and then purchase the 3rd one, and the 4th one. So the first 4 tiers of the tackle box cost 1710. That's why we have 39 left. And now the only thing we need to get from Fishlingers is this Champions tackle box, which means we need 191 medals and what is that? 1821 medals. And I got like 35 that game. And you get 4 medals per game. So we're looking at like 45 more games. Which I have 9 tickets already. You get 2 a day, so we're looking at like 20 to 30 days, which I think at this point is our longest time lock for Trim. I need to actually just do all the content now. Alrighty, our charity begins at home mission come back. We had a 96% success rate, and we got the gift of goo. So now we got a scrimshaw vampirism, which is the best one, and we have the way of goo, which is a cape slot item. And now we only need 1 to go. So what are we gonna do with our adventure rerolls here? So every day, 2 adventurers show up to the port and you get different missions associated with them. But if an adventurer is currently out on a mission, then they can't be in the actual pool of missions. So for example here, if I were to send this whaler out at the next day, when it picks the 2 adventurers to show up into the port, it's not going to roll the whaler at all. So right now I need 2 of the Memory, Exile, and Tengu to show up to get the trio. But if I knock it down from 12 possible to 6 possible, that really increases my ability to gain stats. So what we're going to do is we're just going to reroll the adventurers. And we got the memory here. Unfortunately, just the memory by itself. And we're going to re-roll again. And we got the Tengu, but we didn't get the mission that we want. And here we go. After like 3 uses of adventure re-rolls, we have the trio mission. And I already have my boat set up from the Gift of Goo. But I just need to go use enhancers to get 3 more ration packs, 3 more powder kits, and 3 more Sea Singers bottled cry. And I think we'll get to like 80% success rate, so hopefully we don't fail. Yeah, 79% success rate. And it's been 16 hours, so hopefully we get a success here. Yes, Eastern Adventure is done. We are done the port story mission. Haha, yes! Okay, so what do we do now with ports? Well, the only thing we need left from ports is the Gift of Goo voyage. And the same thing's going to apply where we go ahead and we're going to re-roll these voyages. Now, so we have the Occultist and the Memory here. So the Occultist provides Chi, and what does the Memory provide? The Memory provides Plate. So we don't care about either of them. So I'm just going to send out this mission, and I'm just never going to check it. And now the Occultist and Memory will never show up here again because they are out. And then just like that, we got the Gift of Goo right away. So we already have our boat set up with our maximum capability. and we do all 3 of these, and we have a 95% success rate. But let's go donate 30,000 chimes. So I basically went from getting to 6 million distance, completing ports in the span of like 2 days, just because of all these enhancers. So if you have those extra dungeon tokens from going for the ED2 log, ED1 log, or you just want to go farm up some dungeon tokens, it's definitely worth it to getting this done and over with. So if this voyage is a success, we will be able to get the salty title. The moment is upon us, potentially getting the final ports requirement and therefore the salty title. And yes, we did. We got our last gift of goo, which gave us the mask of goo and a superior scrimshaw of ranging. So we are now able to purchase the Sobajo contract guru, which gives us a 50% chime discount when rerolling contracts offered by the Tengu on Waiko. So when we buy this, we should get the salty title. And there we are. We have salty. Fully explore what the arc has to offer, earning the right to claim the salty title, and the unlocking Waiko 2 achievement. Now, to actually get the broadcast and the title, I believe I have to talk to someone. And we talked to Sensei Hakase. Is there anything for me to learn? And there we are. We've unlocked the salty title, and we fully explored what the arc has to offer and unlocked it. That is another trim requirement down, and we have 8 to go. Champions, Chompies, Hard Mode Dunge, Fishslingers, 1 Barbarian Assault Roll, Rune Crafting, Runespan, and then our statues. We are very, very, very close to trim. So I made an absolutely crucial mistake with my rocks here. I was just kind of doing them back and forth, and I forgot that I have no rocks to alternate Hunter with. So I have to get both Hunter rocks in a row, and if you get 2 rocks in a row, getting the second one is 50% rare, so it's like twice as rare. And Hunter is also the worst rock to get. So yeah, we're gonna be here for quite a while, to say the least. Honestly, it wasn't too bad. We got the rock, and we got the previous rock like 10 minutes ago, so I think I got kind of lucky here. But as per normal, we now need to finish off our golden rocks, so get the construction, crafting, farming, herbal rocks, and then the unique gold rocks. And another strange rock statue complete. We got all the gold rocks, we're adding it now. This is number 23, I believe. Oh, that's actually pretty pog. I got both rune crafting rocks at the exact same time with one inventory from the Wicked Hood. And that is statue number 25. 5 more to go, and then we are done. One of our longer trim requirements we have left. And adding the 14th pair to the statue, it's so close to being done, only 2 pieces to go. And that is the last agility rock, which means this is going to be our last agility lap for quite a while. I don't have the pet still. It's the only pet I'm missing, so hopefully we get it right here. But if not, one day I'll eventually go for the pet and try to get that. But looking at our rock situation, we're on our last statue, and we have 6 rocks to go. So, feels great to, like, almost have this done. Alright, that is our last Hunter rock. So if we look here, we have the 1 woodcutting rock to go. And once we get this woodcutting rock, we're done with strange rocks. Ooh, there it is. We got the final rock. Took what, like 02:29 to 58:32. So like 5 minutes. That's fairly standard, I'd say. In total, this requirement was 900 rocks long, because you need to do this statue 30 times, and there's 30 rocks each. So yeah, we're done. We're done the strange rocks. Strange rocks were always the biggest, maybe barrier for trim might be a good way of doing it. Something that, like, I knew I didn't want to do, so why bother start trimming if I know I'm never going to want to do 30 weeks of rocks? So I am so glad to have this requirement done. It makes me feel like I'm almost trimmed. And we can do the final 2 pieces, and we've completed our own version of the Damrick statue in our player-owned house. That is probably one of the hardest requirements out of the way, and I'm so happy it's done. We only have 7 requirements left to go. It's like we're very close to trim, and some of these requirements were pretty close to being done. Like the Master of Assault, we just need to get one more roll done, so that's probably 1 or 2 1 to 9 runs in hard mode. Master Angler, we just need to get like 20 more games at most. And the runecrafting one, we need to get like 50k more runespan points, so that's either merchant or runespinning. But we're going to start off this episode at Fish Slingers. We need 17 medals and 518 tokens to go. So let's go get these final 17 medals. And about 5 Fish Slinger games later, we have all the medals we need. And look at that, we clean sweep most fish, most weight, heaviest fish, and first place. And 37 fish tokens. So if we look at the rewards here, we have 503 medals, and this champion's tackle box requires 500 medals. So we have that part done. We just need the 1860 tokens, so 350-ish more. Now there is 2 different schools of thoughts on how to get the final tokens once you have the medals done, and I'm gonna go over it in the next 2 games, showing the difference between the 2. And this is the first method. Basically, you go to the other side of the dock, you pick a random thing, and you just hit cast, and then you AFK. It's going to catch something every, like, 5 or 6 seconds. And for every 4 fish you catch, you end up getting 1 token. So you probably end up with, like, 20, 25 tokens by the end of this. And then you just let the round end. I caught a total of 110 fish, which means I divide that by 4 and round down, and I get 27 fish tokens. So if we were to do this games-wise, we're probably gonna have to do 10 to 15 of those. On the other hand, there is another method. Now the second method is very similar, except for we're not AFKing. What we're gonna be doing is just quick casting the whole time. What we do as soon as our rod moves, we cast again. This means we'll catch more fish per minute, and if we catch more fish, that means we get more tokens per game. And then it ends, and if you quick cast the whole time, you get about 160-ish fish. The maximum you can actually get is 166 because it's a 6-tick action, but you can see we got awarded 40 fish tokens that time. So we got about 13 more tokens than we did before, but we had to pay full attention versus AFKing the entire time. I think I'm gonna go more AFK. And that is our last game of Fish Slingers. We got 36 tokens. I kind of timed it so that we would get the almost exact number of tokens we needed. And if we claim the reward from the fishermen, we can now actually purchase the champion's tackle box, and we are done the Master Angler trim requirement. Boy, am I happy to be done with that. And we are just gonna throw this in the bank and probably never use it again. Hard mode dungeon is one of the more hated requirements, as it actually requires people to do dungeon instead of relying on dailies and elite dungeons to complete the skill. But it's not too bad. I ended up completing this requirement over a 2-day stretch with a duo partner. As for tips, I have the following. Try to find a duo partner that also needs to get this done. If you are solo or duo, then the floor is only a medium, while if you are 3 to 5 people, it's a large. Mediums are just way faster, and it's going to be a medium regardless if you're by yourself, so you might as well throw that second person in there. Turn on guide mode. This cuts into the XP gain, but you'll save a lot of time. Any room that isn't on the critical path to the boss is a darker shade on the map. This lets you ignore rooms and really speeds up the hard mode dungeons. You can get 4, 5, or even 6-minute hard floors with this checked on. Past that, it's like regular dungeon, except for everything has to be killed because every door is a guardian door. Alright, that's going to be the end of our first set of dungeoneering. Derp over here is now done. All 48 floors. We've been pretty consistently getting like 4 minutes per floor, so it wasn't too bad. And there you see he's gotten all hard mode dungeoneering floors and unlocked the title of Daemonheim. We started at 1 and went all the way through up to 60, skipping every floor he had already done. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 15 floors to go. So I'm probably just either going to do them by myself, or maybe I'll find another friend who has some floors to go, and we'll get through them doing some more, like 4 minutes. So that's like an hour, hour and a half more of dungeoneering.
to get that trim requirement done. And overall requirement wise, we only got 6 left, so feels good to be that close. Okay, our first fight with Blink. Let's see how many times we're gonna die. We already got 1 death. Honestly, 2 deaths for a Blink fight. I will take that. And Primal Longswords, very good to get. So if you're looking for getting the T99 stuff, always do hard mode. And with a slightly not terrible boss fight, we got our new fastest solo floor. We got a 530-ish, what about 533 solo hard mode dungeon. I think that's pretty good. I'm averaging about like 7 to 8 minutes per, and we have three floors to go. So 20 minutes, and I'll have a nice title. And we're done. We got the Prometheum 2-hand sword. Unfortunately, not the T99 one, but we already have that one bound, and if we ever need to melee, we can. But when we end here, we are going to finish off all of hard mode dungeon, which means we have completed every single floor. And I think next we are going to start on the champions. The champions are 1 in 5,000 drops, and there are a total of 11 of them. I was lucky early on in my RuneScape career because I actually got one. I got the Aberrant Spectre one in like 2007 or whatever, when I was like 15 years old or 14 years old, and I got that one. I was so hyped about it back then, and now I don't need to get it. To make our life a little bit easier for the Champions Challenge and getting all those champ scrolls, we're going to go ahead and make 500 aggro overload. That's over 200 hours of AFK. I don't think I'll use all of it going for it, but worst case scenario, I just have leftover aggro potions when we're all said and done. So this is our setup. We got our cannon going. And we're killing both imps and lesser demons, so hopefully we pick up the imp champion scroll first. But one thing we do need to do is we need to change our loop beam off of 1k each. Yeah, I had it at 1k for Crozius. So there, we have our loop beam set to 100,000 now, so we're not going to get nowhere near as many loop beams as we were getting here. Kind of fun to fill up the chat box like that, but it'll be hard to figure out if I actually get the scroll. So yeah, we have the potion reservoir, which is going to automatically re-drink our potion whenever it runs out. I would say the only thing we need to focus on is our prayer dropping, but I'm just going to flick on penance here, and that should be more than enough with us auto-retaliating to maintain our prayer. Okay, we didn't miss the champion scroll drop. We got our first one. This took way too many kills. Let me just pull up my rune metrics here after we teleport away. So our total kill count was 11,523. So we were like 2.5 times drop rate, thereabouts. And we also killed 4,200 imps, which means we basically got drop rate on imps as well. So I guess it's time to move on to the next one. Oh shit, Ghoul was a little bit quicker. This one only took like 45 minutes, I think. I got a whole bunch of pings, so that means I must have gotten a drop. Yeah, so yeah, this one was about 1,500. I just checked like 5 minutes ago, so yeah, probably like 1,500 KC in total. So Hill Giant's going to be the next one, and supposedly the best setup is that we stand on the east side and we let the cannon deal with the ones on the west. These guys attack with melee, so it does take a little bit of time for them to actually see me. No, we got a curve bone. That's the exact same drop rate of this champion scroll. Unfortunate. That is our second curved bone. 1 in 5,000, by the way. Another one, another curved bone. You've got to be kidding me. I think that's 4. It's either 3 or 4. But that's crazy. There it is. The Giants Champion Scroll. About a couple seconds later, we have an inventory slot, so it went into our inventory. And we didn't AFK too hard and we got it. It's been Oh, it was about to disappear. It's been a minute and a half. I got pretty lucky there. Next up is skeletons, and this is might be the quickest one yet. It's a couple thousand kills an hour, and we can just chill here, get some nice scavenging procs, and hope for the best. And that's the skeleton champion scroll. Luckily picked it up in time. That didn't take long. That was, I don't know, I think maybe 100 kills. Let's see, scrolling up here. Yeah, so I got that about 8 minutes ago. Let's get out of here. Well, yeah, I'm okay with that. It came from one of the raid bosses that spawn there, but we can add the Goblin Champ scroll in there and move on to the next one. Next up is Earth Warriors, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put them in my personal Slayer dungeon. So right now I'm just going ahead and capturing 5 of their souls. I currently have 2 of them. And with 5 of them in my Slayer dungeon, it'll be very AFK. Getting these souls is super quick. The drop rate is all of 1 in 8 or 1 in 7. So I should have all of these very shortly, and then I can just AFK in my dungeon. You can also just AFK here, but I believe it's less kills per hour just because of the giant rock in the middle. It makes it harder for them to all aggro on you when you're greater chain to go hit everything, that sort of stuff. So I do have these spiritual warriors here, but I haven't used these in almost a year now, so I don't worry about getting rid of them. I don't really AFK for GP anymore now that I have kind of all the gear I want. The monsters that are stored in here are still able to drop the scroll, and we should get a nice kill rate here. Okay, there's another one that made for a successful day today. I think we picked up 5. Yeah, we have 6 in the bank, but 5 of these I got or no, 4 of these I got today. I got Giant, Skeleton, Goblin, and Earth Warrior all in the same day. Our next scroll grind is going to be the Dried Zombie. They respawn very quickly here, and I can just plop down a cannon, toggle on my aggro potion, and next thing you know, we're going to get the scroll. The only downside is this location is kind of in the middle of nowhere. The closest is the Narda teleport, and then you run all the way down here. So I'm going to try to do longer trips here versus before I was doing oh, I have 5 minutes to burn. Let me just go teleport and get some kills. So when we're here for an hour. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I got the ding that I got a loot beam, looked over to the screen, and it's just a stupid effigy. What are the chances of a level 67 monster dropping an effigy? It's gotta be insanely rare. There we are, the Zombie Champion Scroll. This one was probably about 7 or 8,000 kills, but we have it. Yeah, we can add it to our collection of scrolls that are in the bank, and we have, I think, 4 to go now. Guess I shouldn't have teleported away because the next spot we're going for is mummies right here. There's a spawn about 3 or 4 of them. Right here, and I can just kill them. I think it'll be at least 500 kills AFK. So we're looking at about 10 hours on average to get the scroll done, but hopefully it's quickly. This one mummy hides behind the rock, but eventually he pops out and my cannon will get to him. Well, I'm happy that this one is done. This was a very slow kills per hour compared to the rest of them. One big tip I'll give you is the first time you come through here, bring a rope. And then you can climb down here. So when you teleport from Narda, it's a very, very quick trip. Now for the Joker scroll, we're going to take the glider. We go to Gandius, which is the number 5 spot. And then we just need to run a little bit north until we find the broken glider, the crash glider from, I believe it's is that the Grand Tree quest? And we just plop down our cannon there, and we'll get maybe 1,000 kills an hour. Move the cannon up to the north side of the glider. Just helps it a little bit more in terms of kills, it seems. Loot beam notification went off, and that's because I got a spider egg unchecked. It must be like in Narnia over here because I can't even see it. But our cannon accidentally killed a spider and we got an egg out of it. So one thing we do want to pick up is this Chompy Bird Enhancer for a future trim requirement. So we're going to go ahead and hand in the medium request. And my game crashed. And we're back. I have no idea why it crashed. I don't need this Brassica, but we have a Chompy Bird Enhancer. Now, a Chompy Bird Enhancer will double the amount of kills you need, or double the amount of kills you get. So if I kill one Chompy, it'll count for 2, and it grants 50 charges. So I essentially, by completing this medium farm quest, I caught 50 Chompies. That's kind of how you can think of it. Where is this scroll? That's the hard part. I see the loop beam. Or I don't see the loop beam. Right-click all these red dots and pick up our cannon. Oh, it's under the cannon. That's why I couldn't find it. But we have it in our inventory. And, yeah, that is another champion scroll. How many do we have left now to get? I think it's 2. We have the Imp and the Banshee. So I think I'm going to do the Banshee next. There's 2 different ways you can do it. One, there's a cannon way, which is kind of AFK. And then the other one is a non-cannon way, but it means I have to actually pay attention. And Champion Scrolls is all about AFKing, so we're going to go ahead and do the AFK one, as long as it's not bad. The Champion Scroll in our inventory. Yes, we got it just before it despawned, I think, but we have it in our inventory. And all that's left is Imps. So for our last scroll, we're going to put down the Dwarven Siege Engine right here and fire the cannon and stand underneath it. So there are going to be Imps all around here that are going to get cannoned by it, and they should one-shot it every single time. This guy seems to be in a bad spawn location, so I'm just going to go ahead and kill him. But eventually we will be able to kill all of them, and this gets us about 300 kills per hour, which isn't ideal because it's slow as balls, but it's something. We are done. We got the Imp Champion Scroll. Luckily, we were able to find it. This one took a while. This one was like 3 full days of just AFKing there. But we're done. We have all the champions, so let's go kill all the champions, I guess. So I'm going to put on screen the total kill count for all the scrolls I got. The total kills is incorrect here because that includes everything and not just these monsters. But if we look at it, we got reasonably okay lucky. 6 of them we went over drop rate, 6 of them we went under drop rate. So not too bad. This also doesn't include the goblins because I only killed like 80 of them and it's like on the 3rd page of monsters. But yeah, it's just a little unfortunate that I went so dry on the Imp, as that's the lowest kills per hour at about like 300 to 400, while something like skeletons you kill like 2 to 3,000 an hour, so going dry there isn't even that big of a deal. The actual champions fights are laughably easy. The most difficult part is navigating the interfaces and figuring out exactly what you need to bring to each fight. Once you kill all 13, you can challenge the human and gnome champion, and with them defeated, you get the trim requirement done. And it's a very easy fight because EOC exists. But we're done at the Champions Challenge. So we've defeated all the champions, gathered all the scrolls, we've killed all 13 of them. Or I guess there's 16 when you count the bonus ones. And we're done. Trim-wise, we now only have 4 requirements to go. Chompies, Barbarian Assault, Master Phoenix, so Runespan Esteem, and 7 gold statues to go. Now, Barbarian Assault wise, we finished up this requirement a lot earlier when all my friends were going for trim. That's all they needed. And once they got the trim requirement, we left just because I wasn't going for trim, but now I am going for trim. So I need to get my healer rank up to level 5. So we're gonna go for our Barbarian Assault. Barbarian Assault is a pretty simple minigame, but it requires an entire team that is communicating well and not messing up. The healer and the defender work together to give each other calls. I tell him which item he needs to drop on the ground to attract the runner onto traps, while he tells me what poison I need to feed to the healers to kill them.
As healer, my job is also to keep everyone else alive, but that really only comes into play for the high level hard mode runs. In the lower ones, they can just heal themselves. Eventually, everything is dead through the intended means. We get our honor points based on how well we did as a team on the wave. For example, a failed attacker attack takes away 2 points from everyone. Then we immediately pop back into the next floor. I would advise getting Barbarian Assault Enhancers. Each charge gives you double points for one wave, so it doesn't take too many charges to get all the way through the requirement.
So this could potentially be our last run. Let's just double check by getting a couple heals in here. You can kind of boost up your points by healing random people at the end. But if we look at our points, yeah, I'm done 521. And come to Commander Conrad here, and we can buy healer level up level 5. And that gives us Master of Assault, which is achieve maximum rank in each Barbarian Assault role. And we are done with this requirement. I want to give a huge shout out to Fight Ends, Arceus192, Franck, and Will John Fredo for helping me finish this off. Yeah, that was basically 30 minutes total to get that. And we were level 3 healer before, and now we're level 5, and we have everything from Barbarian Assault. Another golden statue done, and with this one we'll have 6 more to go. And I timed this one out really well because I ended it right at half an hour, and because I don't have access to the bikes because I've already used the full 800k XP, I really need half an hour in order to get the agility rocks quickly, otherwise it just takes forever. But another statue done, and we are going to heaven. And with that summoning rock, we have 3 golden statues left to get. Yeah, it's getting pretty close to completion. You just need the last bit of arms and then the staff. I'm surprised I don't have the pet from this, because I've done 32 weeks of like an hour of agility at 200 mil XP. Actually more than that, because I also did the regular strange rocks, so maybe one day we'll get this final pet for Master of All. Got our 2 farming rocks, and this time I picked up a special little item. It's the Maud Dolan's rubber duck. And basically what it is like a trading sequence for like Maud Dolan's content. You can use this on another item, then you get another item, blah blah blah, and it kind of continues. It's a little bit of an Easter egg, but we're gonna destroy it for now because we can't afford the bank space. Another day, another gold statue completed. I think this is our 30th, so we have 2 more after this. Yeah, I'm kind of just passively working my way through them. Whenever I have some AFK time, I just go find the AFK ones. And then once all the AFK ones are done, I'm like, fine, I'll grind out agility. And with a quick run through the first room of this dungeon, we picked up our 2 dungeoneering rocks, which means we are done yet another gold statue. And one more time, we're gonna have to see this teleport away animation. My last ever dungeoneering rock obtained. If I were you and you still needed to complete the bosses and like the collection log here, what I would do is like every week or every time you do a gold statue, just run to a boss. So like first time you'd run all the way to Crassian Leviathan, kill Crassian Leviathan, and then next time you would run between Crassian Leviathan and Terraket. By the time you've done all 32 statues, you have 10 kill count and you're on Ambassador again. So it really helps knock off that log a little bit quicker, but let's move on to the next one. It's time for the end of our golden rock journey. We needed to get 2 more summoning rocks, and then we are done. We are done with golden rocks. We're done with regular rocks, and we can stop this madness. There it is. Oh, it feels so good. Let's look in our statue collection bag. We have everything, all 32 of them in there. And this is our 32nd one. It's crazy to think it's been like just over 1,000 golden rocks. Like I've seen that message come up 1,000 times over the past couple months. Because what's 32 squared? Because we got 30 times 30, which makes 900. Then we have to add 62 times, so it makes 1020. And then we add times 2 together again, so it'll be 1024. golden rocks we've obtained and an extra 900 strange rocks. So that's like almost 2,000 rocks combined. But the last couple ones are being added here. And that should be it. Yeah, who will be her lover? Complete a replica statue of, I'm not going to be able to pronounce her name, so I'm not going to offend anyone, in the Max Guild Garden. Let's go check it out. So there is the completed statue in the Max Guild Garden. The statue is complete. We look at our trim requirements now. There's only 2. Literally only 2 left. We need to get the esteem rank from Runespan and kill 4,000 chompies. And if we look at our Runespan points right now, we have 194k, and there are 4 unstable air runes coming up. It's currently December 2nd in-game. I'm not sure when this video is going to be up, but December 5th, there is an unstable air rune. December 7th, there's another one, and then December 8th, there are 2. So that means I can buy 4 unstable air runes, which will give me 20k more points. And it just so happens to work out that 20k points is just enough for me to buy the Runespan requirement. Over the next week or so, I am going to complete the 4,000 chompies, and then we'll get trimming. And for our chompies, we're going to make sure we turn on our enhancers. Unfortunately, we don't have any unfocused reward enhancers left, but we did get a total of 150 charges, so that means we'll only have to catch or kill 3850 chompies. But let's go get geared up. Now we're gearing up for everything, and we're gonna buy a ogre bow here for, what was it, 500 GP. Then I think I don't have any ogre bellows in the bank, which means I'll be able to get one from this chest. Yes, and we're gonna do the drop trick. I think maybe like 10 of them. So we have 12 here, that should be more than enough. And what we'll do is we'll take the ogre bellows and put it on a convenient keybind for me, which I guess is going to be Z. I just have to remember that my soul split keybind needs to be changed back. And then we go to Fairy Ring BKP and go over to the west here. And we're going to set up our Oldet coil right by this bridge here. So we're just using keybinds to fill them all up. And you can also click on the inventory here. Yeah, so we have everything, and now we just go around and click on these toads. You can only have 3 toads in your inventory at a time. Past that, the game doesn't let you. Actually, I need to move this cannon over slightly. There you go, that's good. And then we're also going to add bloated toads to our bar. And we can just hit the keybinds, and we're going to drop a toad on the ground. Going to move us 1 square over. And do that again and again, and eventually chompies will spawn. Because I have the Artie Elite Diaries done, 2 of them are going to spawn every time 1 spawns, and the cannon should basically insta-kill it, or get to a point where it gets in range, and then it kills it. It has been just about 1 hour here. And it's been pretty successful. How many chompies did we get killed there? We killed 624, and we had 150 in enhancers, so that means we can knock off 150 from that, making the total 474. So without enhancers, it would take us about 9 hours to complete this requirement. But that 1 enhancer saved me like 20 minutes. It's kind of funny looking at the Chompy Massacre. The only downside is that the dead bodies block the chompies, so sometimes they can despawn if they're all stuck. This is especially true on the bridge, where if you get like 1 here and 1 here, then nothing can get past it. Or over here, where they have to like loop around. So that is a little unfortunate, but plucking them just takes too much time. I'm going to finish the final 3,400 chompies, and I'll catch you when I'm done. We have 3 chompies to go, so this is probably going to be my last line or 2 of chompies, or bloated toads that I'm laying down. I think this was the worst trim requirement I've done. Maybe I'm biased just because I'm doing it right now, but it's not AFK. You really don't get anything out of it, and it's pretty freaking boring. all you do is click on the toads and lay them down by your cannon. So that'll be 2 more. I just need 1 more spawn of chompies. They ran away for some reason. That's going to be our last spawn. Cannon, please finish it off for me. There it is, 4,000 chompy kills done. And of course, as soon as we get 4,000 kills done, like another 6 spawn. Like, that's absolutely crazy. But yeah, we'll pick up our cannon here. Another set, oh my god. It shows just how much in waves it comes. But 4,000 chompy kills, we are now an expert dragon archer. This is the highest honor that can be bestowed on chompy bird hunters. I'm going to preemptively do this before we get trim, but the best part about this is that I can clear out this tab here. A lot of this tab was built up just for trimming. Like, I have all the elite skill outfits in here. I have all the skill capes. I have stuff like primal fruit pulp. And a lot of this stuff I'm not going to need anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell the things I can sell. Interesting that it took 8,000 mahogany armchairs to get all 32 golden rocks. It also took me about 8,000 clean renars to get a whole 30 strange rocks and 32 golden rocks. So I'm going to keep the volcanic trapper outfit because I do use it for Croesus as I main hunter. But most of the time, if I happen to do like mining, wood cutting, or fishing, I can go ahead and reclaim the outfit just for that 1 hour. Apart from that, we can destroy all these other elite outfits, which is so nice on bank space. Between everything, we netted like maybe 60, 70 mil extra just in stuff that was sitting in the tab. Now we've cleaned up this tab quite a lot, and it went from like 50 or 60 items down to like 15. So our bank space, we have over 100 spaces left, which would be really nice in the future, especially with this large tab taking up so much space. But you'll see more of that in Boss Man. Here we are logging back in, being able to buy both of our unstable air runes, and we'll be able to click on these to get 5,000 runespan points each. We now have 214,000 runespan points, and let's go to the rune crafting guild. So we shop with Wizard Phoenix right here, and we go to Esteem. We just need to go ahead and buy all of the ranks. So we start with rank 9. Oh, this is a really annoying menu to navigate through, but we'll need to go through them each time. Rank 3 Esteem. It's kind of funny how this like requirement used to be like, oh, just sit in Runespan for like 150 hours. And now you just get it with the Traveling Merchant. You need to buy 40 or so of those air runes. It takes about a year, maybe, to get. And I trimmed in 6 months. So we're looking at maybe 100,000 of those points I gained myself by just AFKing in Runespan. But there it is. We have the rank 1 Esteem from Master Phoenix. And we now have completed Trim Completionist. And we are now able to obtain the cape, which I'm going to do after this AOD hour, and have a nice little party. It's been 6 months of long journey. All we need to do is investigate this cape, and we should be able to claim a trim cape. And we have received the Trim Completionist cape. It's done. Yes, it was a post-nerf trim, but it's still trim. Now let's go into the wardrobe and come in here and put on the Completionist cape. There we go. We have a trim cape with gold particles. And there it is. I'm going to have to figure out the perfect colors to put on there to match everything we have, but it can fit our Staff of Armadillo, our outfit, and yeah, sweet. So it's been a little bit. Everyone's gone. I hopped worlds, and I figured out the cape that I wanted. We got our white on top, and then a black, and then the kind of goldish on the bottom. That gold kind of matches the Staff of Varmil. I used the Alt 1 color picker to help me with that, and the white and black kind of fits the overall aesthetic that I go with, and it kind of highlights the cape very well. So if you want to know what I'm getting, the first one is 00127, then we got 36112, then 10365, and 10365 again. I tried fading with these two ones, but it just worked better when it was the same color. So that's going to be the end of the trim series. I'm very proud that I was able to get this done. I'm not sure exactly what date I started this on, but the first episode came out on May 19th. So I imagine I probably started this like the 1st of May, somewhere around there. So it's been 6 or 7 months, and I've been taking it really slow, not really forcing it. So trim is definitely a very achievable goal if you have a couple months to burn and a lot of AFK time. Well, I hope you enjoyed watching that as much as I enjoyed making it. It was a long time. That was multiple months of work, and it's so cool that I'm able to put it all into one video, one 4 to 5 hour stretch where you can enjoy it, I can enjoy it, and it's something I can always come back and reference in one video. It's really cool. Shout out to anyone that actually got to the end of the video. I'm intrigued to see in the analytics just what the percentage is for people to get all the way to this point. I'm gonna guess it's like well under 10%. But even if you made it like 20 minutes in, that's still impressive. I'll say that much. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video. Hope you had a good day, and look forward to the trim series coming in the future.